stand. Yo. Not that. Back like we never left. Kind of. Let's hit this here. Volume down. Okay. Oh shit. Ayo. Hey, Igno, bro. You fast, man. You fast. You in here? You in here pretty good, pretty quickly, good brother. How you doing? What's good, Nick? How you doing? All right. So yes, where did I have that one tab open? Actually, I think it was Korra. No. Yeah. So, Nick says, light, nothing else. Mach is downplay. Mach is downplay. We're going to get into it. We're going to get into it. So, picking up from where we left off from yesterday, guys. A lot of you guys bring up a lot of good points, right? As far as the speed scaling and stuff like that. I think Mugetsu said yesterday something along the lines of I think it was like you take one of the feats, then you have Ichigo's multipliers, then you have Segunda Etapa multipliers, you have Resurreccion multipliers, all these things increase the stats of the Iran card, all this other stuff. Yes, very true, very true. And so I'm coming to a realization that number one, this fight might actually not even be able to be done. I'm not like, in all honesty, this fight, the more I do research on it and actually like put in the effort to scale these characters accurately, I'm finding a really hard time to get Kakashi up to par. And so what I'm really going to have to do is kind of lowball, like really, really lowball Toshiro. Is what I'm going to have to do. But it's fine. It's no problem. I don't mind. I don't mind. I'm good, bro. And you? What is the stream going to be? Had time to travel to be here first. That's what's up. That's what's up. So yeah, today we're really just talking about. I want to get into light speed Bleach versus Mach or high hypersonic Bleach. Right. This isn't going to be a definitive yes, one is this, yes, one is not. I kind of just want to talk about the subject and just hear some of your guys' opinions on the subject. And just overall vibing chill. It's not a too serious stream today. As you guys see, this is a Saturday in the middle of the day, right? So I got some free time. I got all my stuff done. So just heads up. So the reason I didn't stream pretty much anytime last week except for yesterday was because I'm studying for my Security Plus, actually. So I'm dedicating all of my time really into studying for my Security Plus. And that doesn't leave me a lot of time to stream, even at night, because a lot of it's just going to study. So that's why I kind of want the streams to be Friday, Saturday, Sunday, if I can do it, right? Hey, yo, you early. Yeah, facts, bro, facts. Like I was saying, we're going to be kind of switching the streams over till Friday, Saturday, Sunday, just at least until I'm done with my Security Plus. And then I'll take my A Plus. Then we'll be starting to hunt for a new job and stuff like that. So, yeah. Can upscale Kakashi from Light Circus or Laser Circus? Haku's dialogue statements. Bleach still wipes. So, yeah. So, Nick, here's the thing, though, bro. Remember. We have to remember This channel is about being accurate and consistent with this scaling. I don't step into the realm of data books. I do not step into the realm of anything really outside the source material. And if I do so, it is for very specific reasons, normally outside of scaling. Like for example, when I referenced Can't Fill Your Own World, it was primarily for the lore behind how the world was created and stuff like that. Now you can say, oh, well, it goes into the scaling because it scales the cosmology. That has to scale to the characters. You could say that, right? But no, the primary purpose of that video was to get a general overstanding of the universe that is Bleach, or the multiverse that is Bleach, right? And yeah, so no, I'm not stepping into the realm of data books. If I do it for one, I will do it for both. Well, that's if I do it, right? If I do it, I will do it for both of them. But I don't really plan on using the data books to scale any of these characters. Like, yeah. Like, I'll go to the data books for supplementary info about the world itself. Like, if it tells me the Leaf Village is X size, I don't mind using it because it's more so adding to the lore, things we don't already know. But when we get into statements like, oh, Haku's light speed, and then you find out the Anbu use light speed attacks, and then Kakashi's Itachi's water fang bullet is light speed. So that's 3 characters that use light speed. None of them are Kage level. And then we actually get to the Raikage who can only rush near light speed. It gets kind of weird, and it's like, okay, well, maybe all of these light speed claims are really just hyperbolic. Like, we can take Haku's, sure, but then what about the Anbu? Okay, if we take the Anbu, so then what about Kakashi? Okay, then what about Mifune, who can also slash at light speed, apparently? And then we have the Laser Circus. What about that? Right? So it gets kind of crazy with the data books. Not really a fan. Not really a fan. Manga and anime only, canon is fine. Manga and anime. So, okay. If we use anime canon. Anime canon. Anime canon would go against the tenets of triple AP scaling. That's the problem with anime canon. It would go against the tenets of triple AP scaling. Because triple AP scaling, it focuses on the original source material. When it gets to the anime, we're talking about executive producers and all these other people who have a hand in it, but aren't the actual creators of it. You know what I mean? So, once again, if I were to do it, it would have to be a special case, like the 1,000-Year Blood War. It would have to be a very special case. We know Kubo, the actual author, is very hands-on in the 1,000-Year Blood War, so it's a little different. I wouldn't do it with Naruto, though. I'd have to stick to the manga. Right? But, what I think I'll try and do is just get a general sense for, like, what Kakashi is actually capable of. Because up until this point right here, where he's fighting Hidan and Kakuzu with Team Shikamaru, or Team Kakashi, I guess, right? Up until this point, we've seen him use his Mangekyo Sharingan 3 times and exhaust from chakra overuse, aka chakra depletion. And what has he did aside from that? He fought Naruto and Sakura. But, like, that's not really saying much either, because they just both got... Well, Naruto just got back. It's not really saying much. He hasn't did much yet. So let's see what we can glean from him versus Kakuzu, right? And what I'm really looking for is a solid feat. I need a solid feat. Rushing gets kicked into the trees. Alright, let's get this over with. That's the plan. What's going on? I know I got his heart. And of course he hit a mask. His mask comes out of himself. One of the masks that emerged from this body collapsed. That must be the one I got with my lightning blade just now. So let's just go with the usual. Alright. So how far away are they from Kakashi? So Shikamaru and Choji, from here, rough estimate, it looks like they're at least 20 meters away. At the very least, 20 meters away. Which would put Kakashi from them maybe at least 50 to 60. Mind you guys, I don't know this for sure. Obviously, I'm just visually basing off my eyes, and I'm going off of what a track field is. I don't know if you guys ran track, but if you're in track all 4 years in high school, you know what a 100-meter dash looks like, and you can kind of gauge how far it is if you ran the 100-meter dash all your life throughout fucking high school. You can kind of gauge how far it is. This looks like it would fall within the range of like 100 meters, to be honest. With them being 20 meters away, with Kakashi and them being maybe from that, like maybe 10, 15, maybe. Alright, so if they're 15 meters away, and Hidan is facing this way, Kakashi is facing this way, we see Hidan's scythe. Hidan attacks Kakashi. Kakashi leaps backwards. And Kakashi sees with his shutting on, the wind style pressure damage is coming at him. But how strong is wind style pressure damage? How strong is this attack? He shot right through his own teammate. Why? Unless, he's taking advantage of his partner's immortality. So, okay, yeah. So this is pressure damage, though, but we don't really know. Like it's enough to fragment trees, but then it's also a large AOE that Hidan took. Hidan would have took the brunt of this with him being in front of it. Hidan would have took the brunt of this with him being in front. And then it's a large AoE of wind/air pressure. And it's chakra air pressure. Personally, I think Bleach is really MFTL plus because of like pre-Soul Society arc Ichigo being subaliphistic to light. And then you have like Bank Ichigo of being around, Bankai Ichigo being around light speed, and then the multipliers, etc. Data books be made inconsistent, especially Naruto data books. Facts. Itachi not Kage level. What does it mean to be Kage level? Like, if there's not really a metric for Kage level. There's not really, like, once you become a Kage, you don't get faster, you don't get stronger, you don't get more ninjutsu, you don't get this, that, and the third. It's different for once you become a captain. Because once you become a captain, your spirit level, your spirit energy is of a certain level. It's of a certain quality. It's of a certain class. Captain class. There's no Kage level. There's no Kage level. Those two things aren't the same. So if we want to keep it in verse, yes, Itachi is Kage level, but that doesn't mean anything. Outside the verse. Inside the verse, sure. Outside the verse, not so much. Sage 6-16 Naruto dodged Light Fang, which was calculated to be 2.5 times light speed. And so yeah, and I mean, there's issues with that as well. Well, I won't even say there's issues with that. I mean, first off, there's the whole he dodged Madara's head movement thing, which there's a lot of there's information to support he only dodged the head movement from where Madara shot the Light Fang to where Naruto literally leaned to the same side that he shot and just kind of rotated. Right? And then this would still just be a reactionary speed feat. It's not like Naruto is moving this fast at all. So even then, it wouldn't give him light speed reaction. I'm sorry, I wouldn't give him light speed move speed. It would still more so be a reaction feat, but more so reacting to Madara's head swing than anything else. Nah, man, manga, anime, and data books is just my way to scale. Manga only is good. Only thing that matters is consistency. Okay, I got you. Yeah, and if that's your way to scale, absolutely, bro. Do what you got to do. You know what I mean? If you're going to use all three of them, absolutely. Just be consistent as possible using all three of those mediums, and make sure you're doing the same thing for every character. That's all I would say. That's all I would say. Because like what I don't like to see slash hear is if we're going to say, okay, all the things in Naruto are light speed, but then we're going to question the light speed things in Bleach. Well, then it's like, well, okay, then hold up now. Now we're not being fair, because if we're going to assume water fang, I keep calling it water bang, water bullet is light speed, Mifune slashes at light speed, and all these other things. Well, okay, then we have to take the things that are mentioned to be lights in Bleach and apply that across the same board. That's what I would do if I were to scale like that. That's what I would do. And the thing is, once you do that, it really just becomes a matter of who has better AP and abilities at that point. It really just becomes who has better AP and abilities. Because here's the thing, even if let's switch the roles. Even if I had Kakashi, well, no, I'm not gonna do it like that. Even if you outspeed someone in movement speed, as long as you can react, you can still win the fight. Is it harder for you? Yeah. But if that person doesn't even have more AP than you, then you have a higher chance of actually winning that fight. Because every time they're coming in to attack, you have a greater chance of injuring them than they do of injuring you. But anyways, yeah, Kakashi gets hit by this attack. Can't really get a AP. You can't really determine the AP from this attack whatsoever. We know it did a lot of debris to the trees. But Kakashi's vest is missing. And he has scruff marks, so he was clearly damaged. And he intercepts the very chakra-like lightning. And not without cause, because it actually burns his hands, despite him being a lightning user himself. So actually, that might be something, actually. So Kakuzu's false darkness, mind you, he did a lightning blade here. So Kakuzu's false darkness would actually be more potent than Kakashi's lightning blade. But that actually makes somewhat sense, because Kakashi would have taken the total energy of that stream of lightning. But then again, no. Depends on how you look at it. But he did get injured from that. Those two are strong, especially the one with the mask. One normally can't perform such high-level jutsu unless they're compatible with one's own chakra natures. And yet, he's already displayed earth, wind, and lightning. Dragon Ball makes stuff difficult. If you slow down the clip, you can see he reacted to the light fang before the light fang hitting the TSO rod. What Ab-Stract? Chakra equals stats. What Ab-Stract? Your mother. Chill out. If I slow down the clip to him dodging light fang, you said it hits the what first? You said it hits the TSO rod. I have no doubt about that. That it hits the TSO rod. But the thing is this, right? That's a Naruto, but let's take it as true. That's a Naruto speed feat. That's a Naruto reaction feat. This in no way goes to Kakashi at all. This in no way goes to Kakashi. In fact, the only Kakashi that could be even comparable is dual MS 6-path chakra Kakashi. That's the only Kakashi that could even be said to be comparable. And it's only because he had a direct confrontation with Kaguya. But any Kakashi prior, good luck. We're going to get into the topic of this too, by the way. We're going to get into the topic. The topic is we're going to be covering Gin being Mach speed versus the light speed meta. What do we think about it and why? I found something on Ulquiorra that I'm going to be reading, and I think he kind of breaks it down pretty well, to be honest with you guys. I think he breaks it down pretty well. We're going to get into that. All right. Fire style searing migraine. What? Fire style 2. Okay, it envelops the trees. Shoji, Ino, are you two alright? I'm fine. Alright, so the searing migraine didn't really do anything to anybody. I have no doubt though that if it would have hit, it would have did damage, but I guess from this far away, they were a lot faster than the fire. Is what I'll surmise. What's good, Karibo? How you doing? All right. So Hidan is on Kakashi's biscuit. He really is. He's in the shadow of Kakashi. Kakashi notices him, sees him, is able to pull out his kunai and react in time. But then again, this is just Hidan. I don't know how impressive it is keeping pace with Hidan, who admittedly has the slowest attack speed in the Akatsuki. Don't know how impressive this is. But they're clashing. You really are good. Then again, I've now performed 4 lightning blades while keeping the Sharingan active. I can't let this drag on much longer. So that's another thing. He claims he performed... Well, no, he did perform 4 lightning blades. He took out Kakuzu's heart with one. He attempted to do one on Hidan, but was kicked. And once you use the chakra, you either use it or it's expended, so you don't get it back. And then he used 2 lightning blades on his hand to stop an attack. So here's the thing. Stamina is going to be a big issue for Kakashi in any fight at this point in the story. Stamina is going to be a big issue. So him saying he went through 4 lightning blades is a problem right now. Because let's say him and Toshiro are dead even. He's going to be winded from chakra exhaustion far before Toshiro is going to be winded from reiatsu depletion. Mind you, reiatsu depletion is something that pretty much never happens. It's extremely rare. Like it's almost like when Luffy runs out of haki and he's the only person to ever like run out of haki. It's very rare. Like it doesn't happen consistently enough where I say, oh yeah, that's a factor for Luffy. He might run out of haki. No, it's only happened like one time, and I think it was versus Katakuri. So Kakashi's saying this. Then again, I've now performed 4 lightning blades while keeping the Sharingan active. And he's definitely going to have the Sharingan active when he's fighting Toshiro because he's going to need it. I can't let this drag on much longer. I know Master Kakashi's lightning blade was right on target. How is that guy not dead yet? I destroyed his heart. That should have killed him. However, it seems I merely took down one of the monsters that emerged from his body. I suspected it died in his place. Cool. Supposition. We don't need this. You scared of my scythe and abilities, eh? A covert attack from a distance. Tis, how shameful. You're mine. Slowpoke. So, with Hidan's combat speed, being able to press Kakashi, which he did, he pressed him. And they were pretty even, but he did press him. With Hidan's combat speed, I am super surprised that he could not just rush Shikamaru, Ino, and Choji and just fucking body them. I'm super surprised that he could not rush them and body them. Dodging on the tree. And what's more, he notices Shikamaru. Now, I'm not saying that he had any other option but to just catch his fist. But it's just really weird that he couldn't have any. It's really weird he didn't have any other option but to catch his fist. I don't just hide in the shadows; I become them. Cool. Hi, I didn't see a notification. What's good? Yeah, no, it was good, Karibo. Not sure why you didn't see a notification. Not sure why. I was just bringing it up because if Sage expects Team Naruto is only 2.5 times the speed of light speed, then there is no way in hell Kakashi and in the Naruto's light speed did. Yeah, no, exactly. Good point. Like, share, subscribe. Hey, what's good, Robert? Facts. Like, share the screen. Like the stream. Ugh. Subscribe, share. Even in the war arc, stamina is still an issue, just not as much. Nashad Alam. What's good, bro? How are you? Nice to see you. I'm your host, Ab-Stract, and this is the Ab-Stract section. Bleach characters still get tired. Stamina is still a factor for them. Kind of. See, Bleach characters get tired mainly when they're taking heavy damage. For the most part. Like, Karibo, if I were to, like, can you give me, off the top of your head, don't look it up, can you give me 5 instances where someone is tired from reiatsu use? Can you give me 5 instances where that happened? In Bleach? Because I'm more than certain I could find 5 in Naruto. I'm more than certain I could probably find 5. Leave this place to us. Just take care of him. So he can do 4 Chidoris while using his Sharingan in base and not be completely out of stamina. He trapped Shikamaru. Oh my! And this whole thing right here really pissed me off too. Like, Hidan should have been able to kill Shikamaru. Like, there's no reason Hidan should have not. There's no reason Hidan should have lost this fight. There's not a single reason Hidan should have lost this fight. So you're telling me hitting a fucking glass bottle feels like hitting flesh? You know when you've hit flesh. You can tell when you've hit flesh driving your car. You can't tell when you're hitting. You don't know when you hit flesh with a sharp object. Anyways, shoots a fireball, Master Kakashi. So Ino and Choji are actually useless. Not sure why they came. This should have just been Shikamaru and Kakashi. That would have been much better. Would have been much better. Water style, water wall. Okay, so he is decent enough water style. Guess water style jutsu isn't enough to put out wind enhanced fire. So his water style is good, but it's not stronger than wind enhanced fire. But water style won't really be an issue for Toshiro at all. He can control all water. Though it doesn't matter if it's reiatsu water, chakra water, natural water. He can control all water. So water style would actually work to his disadvantage if he used it. He could just literally freeze the water coming out of his mouth to his mouth. Like, no, not a good idea. So he's dodging the fire. Kakuzu grabs him with his tendrils, slams him down. So just in time, Kakashi is saved by Shikamaru's planning. Hey, what's good, Imran? How you doing, bro? Nice to see you. Nate 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Just popping in for a minute. I got work later. I'll say Bleach is light speed, but Kid improves Naruto isn't until Sage's 6-path stuff. Got you. Got you. That's what's up. Kenny and Byakuya versus Yami is a good showing. Kenny and Byakuya versus Yami is a good showing. It's a good showing of them having good reserves or them running out of energy. It's a good showing of what? Do you mean like what's a good what is it a good showing of to you? What exactly are you talking about? Rob. I mean Nick. One smart. The point is, a Bleach character would last longer. Stamina directly correlates with spiritual power, and pre-Society arc, Ichigo can fight for 5 days straight in life or death scenario. There's that too. Ichigo fought for 5 days straight training with Kisuke. He fought for 5 days straight training with Kisuke. And then we even have Ichigo claiming that he could run for a week straight without getting tired. We have Ichigo or I'm not running for a week straight, doing that thing for a week straight without, it was, it was like a treadmill thing. Run for a week straight without getting tired. We have him training in his inner world where time passed slower. No, time passed faster. Well, I don't know if I want to use the Dangai thing anyway. But then again, no. He would have technically been in there for technically 3 months, but I guess it would have been different time dilation. But yeah, that is the overall point, though. Yeah, what Grid said. Ayanokoji Kiyotaka. Hold up. Okay. Ayanokoji Kiyotaka. That's kind of hard. I like that name. Well, Kakashi speed blitzes Kaguya, who was fighting 66 past Naruto and Sasuke alone. Alright, Kakashi didn't speed blitz Kaguya. That's not what happened. I'm not sure where we got that from. I don't know. Well, first, let me ask you this. Ayanokoji, how do you define a speed blitz? How do you define speed blitz? Because we might have very different conceptions of the word. And our concepts of the word are going to dictate how we perceive it, or our precepts. So, how do you define it first? And then that'll tell me exactly what you mean by blitz. Because let me tell you this. Kakashi and Kaguya were literally head-on charging at each other. Did Kakashi have a faster strike? Yes, he did. Is that a blitz, though? Because if that is the case, then any time that anyone loses in any form of exchange, that character was blitzed. So let me hear your definition of speed blitz first, and then we can talk about if he actually speed blitzed Kaguya. Because I reject that notion wholeheartedly. And we're quick to say the word speed blitz when 9 times out of 10, the word is being taken out of context. It's not being used properly, and it's not even being adjusted to its correct parameters to say a blitz actually occurred. But that's why I really love Bleach, because it actually has legitimate speed blitzes that you can actually show by definition that this happened and X character could not react, or reacted slower than the character that covered the distance. You know what I mean? In Naruto, this happens very seldomly. Like, the most speed blitzes I think that you get in Naruto is like Kakashi running up on Deidara, but it's not even a speed blitz because Deidara did actually react. He jumped back. Then you have then you have the Raikage to Sasuke and all them, but Suigetsu and Jugo was able to intercept Daru and Raikage, so not really a speed blitz. But then you have Raikage going in version 2, where he's actually faster than what Sasuke can actually track. But it's still not a speed blitz only because Sasuke can still react to him. He's a lot faster. Can he blitz him? Debatable, right? Sasuke can still react, but it's not like he's moving too fast to where Sasuke can't do anything. Right? I agree Raikage can cover much more distance than at least at that time, right? Raikage can cover much more distance than Sasuke could react to. Or, I'm sorry, not react to, because he reacted with his Susanoo. He covered more distance than Sasuke could, or whatever, but like, you know. So it gets weird. I need to hear your definition on the speed blitz first. Byakuya and Kenny were already heavily battle-worn when they faced Yami, and they still destroyed him at his strongest. Yeah, no, that's true. They both took hard fights and were fighting like they didn't just come out of hard fights. Shunsui gets tired dodging Lille. Unohana got tired while healing herself, and Kenpachi and Ikkaku and Ichigo were exhausted after their short fight. Okay, so you're talking about exhaust. So I'm talking about running out of spirit energy, though. I'm not talking about like being tired. There is a difference. I'm talking about running out of spirit energy. There's a difference. You said Shunsui gets tired dodging Lille. Yeah, Shunsui's tiredness comes out of a direct result of him taking a lot of damage. That's why he's tired. But he, even after using Bankai, he didn't exhaust his spirit energy. He literally just didn't have any other ways to fight Lille. Unohana gets tired while healing herself, and Kenpachi No, not sure where she got tired from. Did she say she got tired? Where are you getting that she got tired, Karibo? I've never heard her say that. What's good, Jax? How you doing? Nice to see you in the chat, bro. Yeah, I don't know where you got Unohana got tired from. I've never heard that before in my life. Ikaku and Ichigo were exhausted after their short fight. Yeah. So yeah, I'm specifically talking about running out of spirit energy, like you run out of chakra. That's the argument, not if you get tired. But though I guess getting tired could help. No, Kakashi's going to run out of stamina. He's going to run out of chakra. He's going to be far more winded than Toshiro just fighting and I guess getting tired is what you're trying to say. Toshiro wouldn't run out of spirit energy though. That's the thing. Ichigo fought for 3 months straight. Yes, the Don guy. Well, he hit Kaguya with Raikiri or something. Yeah, no, he absolutely hit her with Raikiri Ainakoji. But I wouldn't call that a blitz, kind of for the reasons I laid out. Because if you're calling that a blitz, you're calling any moment that where two characters come at each other and they can perceive each other and they're reacting to each other. The fact that Kakashi had the one in that exchange or confrontation, if you're calling that a blitz, you would actually have to call every moment anyone gets hit a blitz. You would have to call it a blitz. I wouldn't understand how you wouldn't call it a blitz. Kakashi speed blitzing Kaguya came from the people who say Sakura speed blitz Kakuya, and there's that too. I hate that whole thing. I might go back to my roots and start like a whole Sakura hate campaign again because I still see that shit on TikTok. It blows the shit out of me. Kaguya was caught off guard by Kakashi. Facts, phasing through her Ash Manjutsu. So I don't even think she was caught off guard, and I wouldn't even want to downplay Kakashi to that degree. Like, I think she saw exactly what happened. I think it was very clear that he wasn't hit by Ashbone. The Ashbone had been past him by the time he was phasing out of the Susanoo, and you can kind of see it on the panel. So when he's coming with Raikiri and she's coming with whatever she's about to do, I'll give it to Kakashi. He hit her straight up. I wouldn't call it a blitz, though. At no point did she lose track of him. At no point was he too fast for her, aside from the initial thrust from Chidori. But that's not a blitz. That's just him winning an exchange. I've seen a calc get Kakashi to subrelativistic for intercepting Kakuzu's false darkness. Yeah, you can get it to subrelativistic if you want to count chakra lightning as IRL lightning. But then if we're going to do that, if I'm going to do that for Kakashi, then I'd have to take... If I'm going to do that for Kakashi, then I'd have to take reiatsu-based light as the real thing too. And we see how problematic that could be. Because if I take reiatsu-based light for where they both are in the series, right? Kakashi reacts to lightning, sure, that would put him subrel, right? But the lieutenants react to Negacion. And those are just lieutenants. Lieutenants can get blitzed. Those same level lieutenants got blitzed by Ichigo. And reiatsu is stats. Reiatsu directly correlates to your perception speed, to how fast you process things and to how fast you react. It correlates directly to it. So if you're a captain, you're of a certain reiatsu. I think it's class 6 for lieutenants. I'm sorry, if you're a lieutenant, not a captain. If you're a lieutenant, your reiatsu is of class 6. So that's the baseline. Meaning, all these people should roughly be able to react to the same things. And we see that with Rangiku pulling her hand away. We see that with Shuhei being able to dodge. And mind you, Shuhei is not even that strong for real. But those same level of people can get blitzed by Soul Society Ichigo. So I wouldn't take that route. I wouldn't do that. Wouldn't do it. Not really good. Not a good idea. Can't remember what distance they assumed where he started moving. They also debate if the jutsu is moving as fast as lightning. So if they get it to sub-relativistic without it being lightning, I would love to see how they do that, because that wouldn't make any sense to me. Shinsui blatantly attributes his lack of mobility to his injuries, not stamina. This is just not true. There's no indication Unohana got tired of the Kampashi fight either. Laugh my ass off. Yeah, thank you, Grid. Karibo, I don't know where you got any of that shit from, especially the Unohana thing. Nowhere does she indicate that she's tired at all. That wouldn't make any sense. Yeah. Man, I've seen Bleach characters blitz each other to strike behind the back, but it seems they always react to the strike at their back, except from Ulquiorra blitzing Ichigo that one time. Yeah, so that's the thing too, though, right? Like, and I'll show a great example. of a blitz that gets blocked, but we're still gonna. I'll show you guys. It's cool. Let me keep going though. I'll show you. So Kakashi. So here's the thing. Kakashi's stupid. Why didn't he cut off Kakuzu's head? Like, look how much time has passed. The mask had a chance to run over to him and jump in his body. We have Choji doing this unnecessarily thing when all they had to do was cut off Kakuzu's head. Because if they cut off his head, he really can't fight unless he can grow a new head with his tendrils. But I don't think he can. Yeah, they should have just cut off Kakuzu's head, though. All right, where are we at? So with his tendrils, he blitzes all three of them with his tendrils. This is a blitz. This is a blitz because they can't react, and Choji's the furthest away. He can't react. Well, I mean, we don't expect much from Choji in the first place, but, you know. Ugh, he's fast. Yeah, see? Can't move. Die. Futon. Rasen Winstyle, Sir. Rasen Chicken. Suton. Han you know what is the ripping tunt? And saved by another team. Alright, cool. So Kakashi's story is over here. So what did we get from this? We got from this, Kakashi didn't use his Mangekyo Sharingan, but he had used 4 lightning blades. I don't think he used any other jutsu. No, he used a water style and 4 lightning blades. He used a single water style jutsu and 4 lightning blades. But then he says he needs to wrap this up quickly or else his stamina will be kaput. What, Kakashi and Toshiro is being talked about? Yeah, that's actually going to be the next video I do, Kakashi versus Toshiro. So this is more of a this is more of a evidence gather or research stream for Kakashi versus Toshiro. You talk as if their spiritual energy and stamina are the same, then try to separate them when I give examples of them getting tired. So their spiritual pressure and their stamina. How would I do this? Because things are implicitly linked and explicitly linked. Like, it's explicitly stated that they're... let me go to the next chapter real quick, actually, first. We do that first. Alright, where does he fight Pain? Chapter 420. So yeah, it's explicitly stated that their spiritual energy is tied to their life force. That's an explicit statement. But when we get to things like being tired or running out of stamina or running out of reiatsu, that one gets a little bit more tricky. That one gets a little bit more tricky. Number one, because there aren't many statements of that happening. Number one. There aren't many statements of running out of reiatsu. No one says, oh, I'm too low on spirit energy to achieve X goal or to do X thing. I think there might be 1 or 2 times. If I really looked, I could probably find 1 or 2 times where it happened. But it's rare. It's rare enough to where I just like... It's not consistent enough. Like, there are more instances where people are beaten, battered, and bruised and can continue to fight like nothing's wrong, versus people like when Renji, when Uryu uses his new technique to drain Renji of all of his reiatsu. Something like that rarely happens in Bleach. That's a rare ability. A scenario like that where you don't even have enough energy to summon your full Bankai is a rare thing, right? And then we also know, though, when a person is close to death, their Bankai disappears, also showing in implicit link to spirit energy and stamina and stuff. but it's not so implicit. Like the threshold is so low. Like you got to be close to death for your shit to start disappearing. You got to be close to dying. So that means you could like operate with your Bankai like on fire. Like think of it like a phone. Think of it like a phone. Like right now my phone is on 40%. I'll be able to do every function of my phone up until I hit 0%. That's kind of like how reiatsu is. I'm on 40% right now. But if I were to drop to 5%, 4%, 3%, 2%, 1%, I can still do every function of my phone just fine until I'm at 0. With chakra, the closer you get to 0, at least with using your chakra, the less you can actually do. Not saying you're going to be weaker, because that would be reiatsu being, that would be chakra being tied to stats. Right? But the more chakra you're using, it's obviously going to be, the less you have available. But we have to remember, chakra is literally converted from stamina. You get your chakra from your stamina. They are a 1-to-1. And then you don't get back the chakra that you enact or that you start to use. Like when Kakashi used his Kakashi used the one lightning blade to go at Hidan, he doesn't get that chakra back. It's gone. The minute he activates lightning blade, he either uses it or loses it. But it does not go back to stamina. So yeah, there are implicit links and explicit links to reiatsu and stamina, but it's far more inconsistent that someone's going to run out of reiatsu mid-fight. It doesn't happen. I'm the Shadow's daddy. Yeah, it was good, Shinigami. Surprise stream. Facts, bro. Facts. Ichigo blocked the Seto before Soul Society. He did. That's true. He Menos Grande. Facts. He did. Like, if we're doing that, we're doing sub-relativistic lightning style being lightning, natural lightning, then we got to take the properties of light being natural light. And he did block one before Soul Society, so that's true. What's good, Ronan? How you doing, bro? I Nakoji, Toshiro doesn't have a counter to Kamui. We're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about that. We are going... Because here's the thing. No one actually has a counter to Kamui. No one has a counter to Kamui. Well, I'll say this. We proved yesterday that you can actually blitz Kamui. You can actually be too fast for it. Because Deidara was able to guide his bird out of the way of it. So that's number one. You can't actually be too fast for it. But we're going to talk about that. Kamui. Great ability. Love it. I can name a blitz in Bleach most people forget about. A blitz in Bleach most people forget about. Hey, Kai, tell me when it happened, and I guarantee you I'll be able to tell you the blitz. Tell me the arc. Tell me the arc. Give me some hints about it. Don't tell me who it is. Give me some hints about it, and we'll see if I can guess which blitz you're talking about. I was saying they're debating if the jutsu was moving as fast as lightning because the calc assumed as much. Oh, okay, I got you. Okay, that makes sense. Toshiro could counter. If you argue spatial manipulation resistance, easy counter. But you can also argue Shunpo would allow Toshiro to avoid any time Kakashi tries Kamui or perform that ice clone to evade the attack. That's a very good... Like I said, you can literally blitz Kamui. A blitz that gets blocked? You mean a high-speed movement technique that doesn't scale to the character's standard movement speed? I don't know if I had said that in the past and you're responding to that, honestly. Oh, I did say that in the past. Yeah, a blitz that gets blocked. Yeah. And you said you mean a high-speed movement technique that doesn't scale to the character's standard. I think that's a way of saying it. Yeah, Karibo. Yeah, like a character performs a high-speed movement technique, and then the other character is able to react, right? But based on the distance the other character had to travel, and the other and character B could only do a certain action, I would call that a blitz. And you'll see the one we're talking about. Or I'll say this: it'll be a specific instance, but you'll see it. I'll show you guys. Where we at? And that's Kakashi's only win con. Is that Toshiro has versatility and hacks advantage. True. Does it answer Anakashi? Also, surprise stream, saw my new art. I did see the new art. I commented on it, bro. Go look at my comment. Well, Kakashi is untouchable, by the way. In dual my Gankyou Sharingan form, but with the time limit. Yeah. We can say he's untouchable. Sure, why not? He has Obito's Kamui, after all, and he has his throw Kamui. We don't know if he can use them both at the same time. That'd be interesting to see. Fodder Hollows has special manipulation, so I'd say Toshiro can still touch Kakashi's even without it. Toshiro can still power null beforehand, and he is smart enough to make the deductions and figure out Kamui's limitations. Perfect example. Renji got drained of his reiatsu by Uryu, and he still had the stamina and sure will to manifest his Zabimaru. Exactly. Oh, and he's talking about it. I don't know about Bleach. Oh, actually, hold up. The Renji example kind of actually goes against what I said about the whole phone thing. But I'll say this. The phone analogy is a closer analogy to what I'm saying happens with reiatsu than chakra, right? Because when he was drained, kind of like how Revenant just said, when he was drained, he could still manifest it. He still had enough power to manifest it. When you try and squeeze out chakra, you die. Like, think about that. When you try and squeeze out chakra you don't have, you die. There is no running, like, I don't, like, there really isn't any running out of reiatsu. Don't get me wrong, I'm not saying it can't happen. But it's not consistent enough. I wouldn't use it. I don't know about Bleach verse, so I can't argue. Great minds think alike. At 40%, Uryu using Let's still drained his reiatsu, yet he could physically move just fine. Yeah, he did. Yeah, that's true. When he broke the Sante Ray glove, yeah. There are many examples. Shinigami Fodder Hollows don't have the offensive spatial manipulation, though. They just use it for making portals. That's true. Yeah, personally, I don't know if I'd go with the spatial manipulation route. Even though Kamui is spatial manipulation, I don't know if I'd go that route. Here's the thing with Kamui, guys, and I'll just say it. Kakashi doesn't use Kamui offensively enough to dictate that he would do it in a fight. That's just the God honest truth. If Kakashi used Kamui offensively more than the one time we saw it, I would factor it in. Now, that might sound weird to you guys. That might sound strange. It might sound like a cop-out. But this is how Kakashi fights. There were no Kamuis on Madara. There were no Kamuis on Obito. But, I mean, Obito could have countered his Kamui with Kamui, right? Sure. No Kamuis on Madara. No Kamuis on Kaguya. I'm not sure what we're supposed to... Well, no. There were no Kamuis on Jubito. Because Jubito couldn't even use his Sharingan. So yeah, no Kamuis on Jubito, no Kamuis on Madara, no Kamuis on Jubidara, no Kamuis on Kaguya. That's 4 characters. And mind you, this is War Art Kakashi. He's at the height of his strength. He's getting back-to-back amps from Naruto and not putting out any Kamuis where they matter. You know why? Because number 1, you can blitz Kamui. You can blitz it, number 1. And number 2, and this is inverse for him, it's just not how he fights. He doesn't fight like that. He tried a Kamui snipe to the head one time. And then every other instance, it's far too inconsistent to say he'll try that again. Ishin couldn't activate Bankai because he physically got damaged, so his stamina was lacking compared to his own reiatsu. Basically, stamina is not equal to reiatsu. So, so that's a good example too, Rev. That's a good example too. And that's why I kind of said it's like tricky. Like, there are explicit examples and then implicit examples. That one kind of borders in the middle. But then you can also... Well, so here's the thing, Rev. Actually, the fact that Ishin would have had Gente Kaijo on would have limited him from how much energy he could access to. Because if we say it takes a certain amount of energy to perform a thing, and you don't even have access to that energy, I don't know if we can say it's because he got injured he couldn't, right? I don't know if we can say it's because he got injured he couldn't. He literally just might not have had enough to even activate the technique. But then we also have to look at activating the technique doesn't necessarily mean you're even burning energy when you're using the technique, right? Because you might say, well, oh, if he needs X amount of energy to activate it, if he doesn't have X amount of energy, he can't activate it, or he can't maintain it. Well, no, that wouldn't follow, because we can see Ichigo can stay Bankai for months on end. Ichigo can stay Bankai for pretty much as long as he wants / needs to stay Bankai. He can stay in his Bankai form almost like how Goku can stay in Super Saiyan 1 form. It's like his natural breathing form, like that. Yeah, same thing. But that's a good point. That's a good point. Like the stream, share the video, subscribe to the channel. I am Ab-Stract, and this is the Ab-Stract section. Okay, cool. Let's get into pain. Actually, let me catch up first. Let me catch up, because we yapping. Urahime's brother was able to scratch at Urahime's doll whilst in that dimension between the realms. Yeah, Shinigami, early Bleach was so weird, man. Either Kubo scrapped a lot of things that could happen, or he just never kind of visited them again. But yeah, Urahime's brother was having an effect on the doll from Waco Mundo somehow, because he wasn't physically there. And then you have Rukia walking through walls, but we don't really see that again. You know what I mean? So many ideas were like never revisited again. Everyone has encountered a Kamui. Everyone, LOL. How about Rangiku performing Shunpo in Apache reacts? I don't remember that specific thing. I don't remember that specific feat happening. It's in 1,000-Year Blood War Ab-Stract. Okay. It's a speed blitz in 1,000-Year Blood War. It's a speed blitz in 1,000-Year Blood War? Alright, Kai. Give me core 1, 2, or 3. If you give me the core, I'll be able to do it, but there's a lot that happens in all the core. You know, narrow down the cores for me. Is it core 1, 2, or 3? And Kakashi, oh, I'm live. Hold up. Let me see. Give me 1 second. I just got a call from one of my good friends, Nelson. Okay. Let me catch up real quick. Okay. Where was I? Shout out to Nelly, man. Shout out to Nelly. All right. Thank you, Nelly. I'm gonna read it, bro. Hey, bro, I'm watching the stream. I just wanted to say shout out to the chat. I see the 15 people in there, man. Shout out to the chat. That's all. Hey, good brother. I appreciate you, Nelly. I appreciate you, bro. Thank you for tuning in, Nelly. It's always good, man. It's always good. If I wasn't doing this, I would have picked up no hesitation. I was like, he had to call me while I'm streaming, but he was in the chat and he wanted to shout out. I appreciate that, Nelly. Thank you, bro. Thank you, man. Alright, where was I reading? It's in 1,000 Blood. Oh yeah, and Kakashi can Kamui his opponent's bodies apart to different dimension. Yeah, so yeah, Hidan and Kakuzu, that kind of just goes over to what I was talking about right now. Kakashi doesn't really use Kamui in that fashion. He only uses it one time. Every other thing, or every other person he uses it on, it never happens. And I mentioned the Fado Hollow doing it. Characters Toshiro upscales from can also cut space for offensive users. Would Kakashi even be able to stand near Toshiro because of how cold his Bankai is? We're going to get into it, Igmil. We're going to get into it. Toshiro has so many win cons, I'm not even going to lie. It really just makes it hard for Kakashi. Hey, what's good, Yoni? Nigga said Mach speed. Yeah. We're just talking. Right? Nothing definitive. Not saying it is Mach speed, not saying it is light speed, you know? But y'all know the type of scaling I do. If you argue Toshiro has absolute zero, yeah, no. No, Toshiro absolutely does have absolute zero, because when he freezes things, matter ceases its functions, and matter only ceases its functions at 0 Kelvin. And then there's also the fact that his Bankai wouldn't be inferior to Rukia's Bankai because he does have the strongest Ice and Snow type Zanpakuto. Now you might say, oh, well, hers isn't an Ice and Snow Zanpakuto too. It lowers the body temperature of the user. Let's not play semantics, all right? She can freeze shit. Stop it. You mean 0 degree Bankai. Shunpo and Body Flicker don't scale to standard movement speed, so blitzes coming from those techniques, whether used defensively or offensively, are debatable. Shunpo and Body Flicker don't scale to standard movement speed? Well, they're not teleportation, so why wouldn't they scale to standard movement speed? I'm a little confused at what you're saying. Are you saying anytime someone blitzes someone with Shunpo or Body Flicker that it... Well, no, what are you saying exactly? I don't want to put words in your mouth. What are you saying about that exactly? Rukia's Shikai has absolute 0, and Toshiro's Zanpakuto is the strongest and consistently has better feats than Rukia's Shikai. That's true. Rukia's Shikai was able to... Rukia at absolute 0 was able to freeze as not resisted absolute 0. Shigo's Bankai, she one-shots him. Toshiro's Bankai was able to freeze Gerard to the bone. So that would put his ice over Rukia's. Just simply by scaling, that would put his ice over Rukia's. He used it multiple times in the war arc as offensive, and he did use it on Kaguya. Laugh my ass off. No, he used it on Kaguya's portal. He never used it on Kaguya herself. That's not true, Red. Don't come in here lying, bro. Don't do that. He never used his Kamui offensively on Kaguya's body. He used it on her portal. Very, very different. If he used it on Kaguya, she would have blitzed him and he would have died. He did use it on the tailed beast, which were coming out of Kaguya. And Kaguya... Wait. He did use it on the tailed beast, which were coming out of Kaguya? Maybe I missed something. That's 2 people saying it. Maybe I missed something. Oh, shit. Why'd I do that? Let's see. Maybe I missed something. Let's go. All right, Uzumaki, congratulations. I love you. Should be those remains who pass on. He did it. Would you say Toshiro's rapid fire ice birds work against Kamui? Also would you like if I send multiple intelligence and battle IQ feats for Toshiro? Honestly, Kariba, I don't even know if I'm going to factor battle IQ into this fight. I don't know if I need to. I think we both know what we're getting from Toshiro and Kakashi. I think they both have enough feats to justify them being relative in battle IQ, if not one being slightly superior. Alright. So he still has one... No. He hasn't gotten the dual Mega Kill Sharingan yet. Cool. Obito's about to die. Perfect. Hold up. Okay. Not here. Yep, Obito dies. Yada, yada. Okay. Now we're getting a little ahead of ourselves here. We're not really supposed to be looking at this stuff. We're kind of supposed to be looking at all Kakashi's stuff in order, but you guys are telling me that he Kamui's Kaguya, so I do need to see this actually. Alright, dual Mangekyou Sharingan gives it to Kakashi. Okay, cool. The name Kakashi of the Sharingan. We'll stop here. Let me catch up on reading. We'll stop here. Kakashi tried the Kamui to head of the Together statue. Yeah, so here's the thing, bro. Like, what Kakashi has built a consistency around doing is Kamuing things that might be too slow for him or really, really big targets. Right? Because he caught Deidara off guard, number one. Deidara had no idea what was going on. He didn't know he was even being Kamui'd, right? And then the second time he tried it, Deidara dodged it. He literally got out of the way and swooshed, dodged it. Kakashi tries no other Kamui after that on anybody until the ghetto fucking statue, right? He doesn't try and Kamui Pain. Don't know why. He doesn't try and Kamui Pain. He doesn't try and Kamui anyone in the war arc, Obito Madara specifically. He Kamui's the big ass, slow ass ghetto statue though. Fine. And then he Kamui's what I believe to only be the portal, but someone is telling me, I think I and Koji is saying he Kamui's you said he Kamui's the tailed beasts that were coming out of here. I'll have to see that. Now, if you're talking about Kamui Shuriken, that's something different. I hope you're not talking about Kamui Shuriken. If you talk about Kamui Shuriken, I'll be a little upset that I kind of just stopped what I was doing. But we'll see. Would you say Kakashi tried the Kamui head? Yeah, he did it many times in the war arc. Yes, so he did do it many times in the war arc, and we'll get to his war arc scaling once we're done his part 1 scaling. His war arc scaling is going to be slightly different than part 1 scaling. So here's the thing for war arc scaling. He gets more stamina so he can use more attacks, but as far as his AP, his speed, and his durability, none of that really changes. As I always say, his durability is such that he can still be almost cut in half by a weakened Edo Zabuza. Alright. He got more stamina, but his durability is such that he can still be almost cleaved in half by a weakened Edo Zabuza. His speed and perception speed is still such that Haku can blitz him and stop a Raikiri, which is supposed to be the fastest thrusting attack they have. So if these things being true, all we can deduce is that he got more stamina throughout the war arc. Like, the scaling's not going to change too much for Kakashi. I'm not going to lie to you guys. It'll just be more hacks to deal with. But all that really means for Toshiro is more jutsu to deal with. Because, again, he doesn't use Kamui offensively. Okay, but he still used it in an offensive way many times. So, alright, bro. Like, you would have to argue why, when he had the opportunity to use it offensively, when he should have been using it offensively, he doesn't, right? If you want to point out the Ghetto Mazu, that's like the fucking Statue of Liberty. It's huge. How do you miss a Kamui on that thing? You can't. And it's not fast. It's like, it wouldn't be hard to Kamui to Ghetto Mazu. Is it hard to Kamui a human-sized person that can move just as fast or faster than you? Yes. That's why you don't do it. Is it easier to Kamui things you can actually perceive, like the trajectory of a kunai? Yes, very easy. You can actually see it and track it. Is it easier to Kamui a stagnant portal? Yes, you can actually perceive it and track it and Kamui it. These, like, they're not the same, bro. They're not the same. Autocorrect be breaking my sentences. You should not pick this topic since Gege and Kakashi is higher level than Gojo. Core 1 in 1,000 Year Blood War. Alright, Core 1, 1,000 Year Blood War. You said it's a speed feat that people forget about. Alright, the first one I'm going to name is Orihime opening the window. Is it that one? If it's not that one, what do we have next? What do we have next? What's the next order of speed blitzing events? Kyoge wasn't speed blitzed. Not really. 1,000 Year Blood War Arc Part 1. Who was speed blitzed in 1,000 Year Blood War Arc Part 1? Who was speed blitzed in 1,000 Year Blood War Arc Part 2? If it's not Orihime opening the window for Eelburn, let me think. I'll think about it as we'll keep going. I'll think about it as we keep going. Rangiku versus Tsunade or Rangiku versus Mai. Like, Tsunade would never be able to touch Rangiku. Tsunade could probably outlast. Well, not even outlast. Tsunade would last a long time, but she'd just never be able to touch her. Actually, you can argue Toshiro can freeze literal energy and so freeze chakra, lol. Oh no, he absolutely can freeze energy. He does it twice. He freezes pure energy twice. In fact, Kakashi is lucky Kamui isn't an energy-based thing and it's strictly spatial manipulation. Gerard's Hoffnung was also frozen. Toshiro can freeze concepts. Ooh, Sphera, I wouldn't go that far just yet. What is Kamui Raikiri? I'm not lying. You don't know what Kamui Raikiri is? Yes, you do, bro. Stop it. It's the Kamui lightning blade that he did to Kaguya. The strongest Ice and Snow type title doesn't necessitate that Toshiro can manipulate colder temperatures than Rukia, but he could definitely have access to Absolute Zero for other reasons. So no, it doesn't necessitate it, right? Being the strongest Ice and Snow type, right? But it adds more credibility and it adds more supporting evidence for it. I would go the route that he was able to completely freeze Gerard to the bone. That's where I would go. Rukia doesn't have any feats of that. Not to say that she couldn't, but Toshiro has an actual feat of freezing Gerard to the bone. So honestly, it would put them both beyond Absolute Zero coldness because As not resisted Absolute Zero. He was hit with Absolute Zero and he resisted it. He was still alive. He came back, right? We don't get to see Rukia use her Bankai on Gerard, but we know we know from the scaling that Gerard, at this point, having a power up with the Ausch Valen and all this other stuff, being the heart of the Soul King, being damaged by Byakuya and Renji, he would be massively stronger than As not. And then Toshiro at full power, at maximum output, is able to freeze him to the bone. So Toshiro would be beyond Absolute Zero at this point. Just by proxy of that. Me wanting to yap about intelligence. Yeah, hey, yo, Shinigami, you always be on these intelligence feats, man. I don't know if I'll need it for this fight, though. Bro thinks footwork, Shunpo, doesn't scale Shunpo. Shunpo is objectively a physical speed movement technique. It's basically... I don't know that word, Rev. I'm not going to lie. It's basically... Yeah, body flicker is also... Gikong. Oh, Gikong. In Miram terms. Gikong? That sounds like... I don't know. However, it lacks versatility. Yeah, Kuribo be wildin'. I don't know how Shunpo or Body Flicker wouldn't be movement speed techniques. Kakashi used Kamui's shurikens on the beasts. Okay, good. Because I'm not about to watch it right now. I thought you were saying he Kamui'd the beast with his eye. If he used the shuriken on them, that's fine. But that's not him Kamui'ing Kaguya's face or her head off her shoulders. Very different. Shunpo and Body Flicker are speed enhancement techniques that are directly shown not scaling to standard movement speed. There's blitz moments in both series that happen without those techniques. Kuribo, compile all the blitzes that you can for me in Naruto, and we will go through them. Now, that's kind of weird to say, though. You said they are speed enhancement techniques, but they're not directly shown not scaling to standard movement speed. All right, so yeah, that's kind of weird to say. If I have a speed technique that I use with my physical body, why then would I have, like, what would be the... It's like, your argument's very weird to me. I don't understand it. It's like you're saying, because they have access to these things, they're not as fast running on the ground. But why would they need to be if when they're fighting, they use Shunpo? I don't get it. I don't understand your claim. Please explain it to me. I kind of agree with the high-speed movement techniques scaling to standard movement. I remember Ichigo blitzing Byakuya when he used Bankai, but Byakuya was able to react Ichigo's strike to his back. Wait. Let me read that again. I kind of agree with the high-speed movement techniques scaling to standard movement. Oh, wait, you agree with it. Because Kuribo doesn't agree with it. Okay. I remember Ichigo blitzing Byakuya when he used Bankai. That's true, that happened. But Byakuya was able to react to Ichigo's strike to his back. Yeah, that's true. So, I mean, Jax, I think I get what you're saying, but you kind of worded it like you disagreed, but it sounds like you do agree. What is this even a discussion? I generally don't get it, LOL. Renji was able... Oh, why is this even a discussion? I generally don't get it. Do you mean Toshiro and Kakashi? Or do you mean Mach speed versus light speed? Renji was able to predict Byakuya's Shunpo attack. Yes! Shinigami got it on the nose. That's correct. That's correct. He's absolutely correct. Where are we? So I'm on chapter 400 right now. I am rereading Bleach. You know, guys, I think we'll reread Bleach on the channel as well. chapter 400 real quickly. Where we at? 400. End of hypnosis. Da 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 da. The Speed Phantom, Black Moon Rising, the God Flash. What is it? The God Flash? Okay. Oh yeah, that's Yoruichi. Renji versus Byakuya should happen maybe. What is the name of it though? Bite the Moon. That's what it should be. So it should start around Drowsy Blood Crazy. Okay, why? What is this ad, yo? Come on. Stop playing with me. Okay, cool. I'm coming to save you. Cool. Alright. Renji's going through all of his subordinates. Cool. I will not let you get executed, Rukia. Now, guys, look how far, look how high up Byakuya is. Let's get a good sense of where this is. What chapter is this again? What did we say? 276? No, 140. Okay, my fault. 140. So let's go back to chapter 400 for where I'm at. And then on here, we will go to chapter 140.
Wow, it's you.
What in the fuck is that? God damn, that was scary. 140, 139, 140. So, yeah, Byakuya's spiritual pressure bears down on Renji. Renji Sweat. This spiritual pressure, it's... Now, look how far away he is. Looking down on him. Captain Kuchiki. Where are you going, Renji? I'm going to save Rukia. You may not. I will. Is there no way that you'll let me pass? I won't say it twice. So, the next... Look at Renji, yo. Look at Renji. The next thing we see, Byakuya is gone. He's coming. So this is so he's able to process that he has moved. He's coming. Right? This is a blitz. This is a blitz. Full on blitz. This is a full on blitz. Mind you, all Renji has done so far is thought to himself, he's coming. And then the next panel, let's go full. The next panel, he is right there. This is a blitz. Renji has not reacted. Renji has not moved. If Byakuya was not doing his special 360 flash step where he hits both his soul chain and soul sleep, Renji would have gotten already attacked. But Byakuya likes to flex. He likes to style on people. That's him being arrogant. That's him being cocky. But this is a blitz. The blitz has already occurred. Now, Byakuya turns, Renji's foot sidesteps, sword swings, and he's able to block it. Right? To Byakuya's surprise, yes, that he's blocked his attack, but the blitz has already happened. If this was an attack, if Byakuya was an attack right here, Renji is hit. If Byakuya was an attack, Renji would already have been hit. That was Senka, a Shunpo with a spin for striking the enemy from behind. It can destroy the Saketsu chain and Haketsu soul sleep with a single thrust. It's your best move. I've seen it many times in my mind. Using logic, I foresaw your move. Using logic, I foresaw your moves. So Renji had already had a pre-knowledge or he already had he had a foresight of what was going to happen based on who he's fighting. He knows Byakuya likes to start with this opener. But even knowing that, seeing him move, he still could not react to this. This is already a blitz. By this point, he's already been blitzed, right? So yeah. Using logic, I foresaw your moves. I can finally follow them, Captain. Yeah. Using logic, I foresaw your moves. I can finally follow them. Yeah. That is a beautiful. This is a beautiful example of what I would consider a blitz. At the very least 50 meters away. We know this isn't drawn to scale. We know this is a close-up shot, so it's probably further, to be honest with you guys. But at the very least, 50 meters up. And Renji hasn't turned around. Renji hasn't taken a stance yet. It's only when he goes to attack, and because he knows what Senka is, that he was able to follow and therefore react to Byakuya. Yeah. Beautiful. All nice stuff. Now, hey, Red and Karibo, compile your best speed feats in Naruto. I would love to analyze them, just like how I did that one. Oh, wait, I don't need this one. Yeah. All right, what were we yapping about? Renji was it not Ichigo's getting speed blitzed by Yuha right hand man? Was it not Ichigo's getting speed blitzed by Yuha's right hand? That's not a speed blitz. I wouldn't call it that. Nah, Toshiro can't freeze concepts. I looked into it. Yeah, nah, I wouldn't give him. So I'll say this, Nirvana, right? It really depends on how Core 4 does Gerard's explanations of his miracle ability in Hoffnung. It really depends on how they explain it. Just reading it, though, you can get a sense that that could be the case. But I'm going to wait for the full explanation. This is a dumb take. I'm sorry. That's like saying the Flash can only run faster than human level speed by tapping into the Speed Force. Therefore, his speed doesn't scale. Yeah, I'm not sure why Karibo... I'm not sure where/why Karibo comes up with these arguments. Doesn't really make sense to me. When does Toshiro freeze energy? Are we talking about when he freezes Gerard's bow? Because high-leg bogans are made from reishi, not just the Quincy's spiritual power. Well, so, I mean, Gerard calls it a torrent of pure energy. Yes, it is a bow, but he calls it a torrent of pure energy. And then when he's fighting Songdu does an energy-based attack that Toshiro freezes instantly. Gerard's bow, the little energy bow, and the arrow. He literally states that he can freeze every element with you defined as energy. Toshiro stated he would freeze an explosion in Yuki's dimension. Also true. He said he would freeze the explosion before it actually hit him. That's a false equivalent. I hate that word, false equivalent, man. People be saying it. I just hate that word. The bow isn't just energy, though. A Quincy's high-leg bogan is made with reishi. Is Gerard's bow special? Because I don't remember that. It isn't. Reishi is spiritual energy. Well, reishi is spiritual matter, not spiritual energy. Okay, and the king just said it. Yeah, reishi is spiritual matter, not energy. Reishi can be converted into energy. That's true. That's true. So I'm still correct. More or less. That's irrelevant, though. Being able to freeze all elements inherently includes things like electricity, light, and even wind. That's true, too. Hey, yo, Ronin is cooking. Ronin's cooking. Took me a week to read Bleach for the first time. It was so confusing that I just read subconsciously. That's hilarious. Are you proposing that elements are energy? Because I'm going to be frank. I don't think I can articulate what I'm defining energy as here, since we're not talking about physics. Well, I mean, the fact that Well, not even the fact that. The fact one, no, it would be the fact that. Actually, maybe I see what Grid is. I see what Grid is saying, because in my mind, I'm actually getting mind fucked a little thinking about it, right? Because we're considering lightning, fire, and thermal energy and all these other things, energy. These can obviously be frozen. That's not a hard task for Toshiro. But the fact that the thing is this: Gerard goes out of his way. Hold up, Gerard goes out of his way to say he's going to use a pure torrent of energy to hit Toshiro. That's what he says. Why are all these ads popping up? This is what made my scream slow last time. Bleach. Alright, so we saw the blitz. Very good speed blitz from Byakuya. 665, I think. Asking. We'll get into that once I start doing some asking stuff. I need the perfect crimson. What chapter is the perfect crimson? It's always so slow. The princess dissection. Dead man standing, the theater. God of Thunder. My last word. The gift. The perfect crimson. 671. All right, cool. All right. So we're looking for Toshiro freezing pure energy, right? He cuts off Nung. Okay, cool. Let's go here. First off, my man can just flash freeze with the point of his hand. That's fucking insanity right there. Okay. Don't be throwing that huge ass shit around. I told you once we can't. See, but this is going to be... I'm doing it now, but it's okay, because I'll have a whole video for Toshiro. We'll just do this now, though. How foolish. Have you forgotten? Damaging Hoffnung. When frozen, all forms of matter cease to function. See, I love that statement because it proves absolute zero while also giving the added effect of power nullification. So beautiful. So your so-called hope is worthless. Now, I see. Very well, then. I shall crush you with a torrent of power, ones whose functions cannot be comprehended by mortals. So, yeah. When he says a torrent of power, and honestly, Quincy Bell, it's a little too late for that to shit. Yeah. It releases Daigoden Hirimaru and freezes all the earth, water, wind, and fire inside 4 paces. So, this is a tough one because hold up. Get this real quick. Yeah, Sphera had a good point about Reishi being able to be converted into spiritual matter. Into spiritual energy, so to speak. But the context of this scene right here is that, okay, cool, you can freeze shit, then I'll just use something you can't freeze. That was the whole point of him resorting to this type of attack. Like, a basic Heilig file shouldn't be able, at least by Gerard's mind, at least. Right? That's why he says, I shall crush you with a torrent of power. And mind you, this is right before Toshiro tells him all forms of matter cease their function, right? So his idea is, very well then, I shall crush you with a torrent of power. This is the implication that he's not using matter. This is strictly energy. That's the implication of that. But I don't want to get into this too much right now because this is for Toshiro versus DMS Kakashi. I don't even want to get into this right now. We'll go back. 140, no, 400. It's okay. I'll just find the... Why did the air turn off? It's getting hot than a bitch. Okay, cool. Yeah, we're getting stun locked into not reading this, yo. I'm having fun though. This is good. Are you proposing that elements are energy? Oh yeah, I already read that. By saying reishi can be converted to energy, you've just conceded that reishi is not energy. That's like saying water is a gas because you can turn it into steam. There's still two different states of existence. That's true. Not gonna lie, Dusty Baller wins. Kakashi pops snatched up his own life, and the apple don't far too far from the tree. This was never the claim. The claim was always that the bows are that. Nothing was conceded. Grid, no. In the context of Toshiro's statement, he says that his ice can now freeze all fundamental elements, which are traditionally conceived as water, fire, metal, wood, wind. Also, Toshiro says all elements. It will include things like gas. Not really, because the reishi doesn't really change forms. They simply absorb the reishi and use that same reishi to power themselves and their attacks. Fair's no issue then. Can we address the grip Renji showed up to fight Byakuya in? This is Renji's most underrated fit. I must be really behind. Who the fuck is Mach Speed? Who is Mach Speed? Ayo, we're gonna get into it. How is what Renji did anything similar to the Sharingan? How was what Renji did? Did someone say that? Let me see. Again, from yesterday, why is it nearly every verse can do what Sharingan does? Oh, we already got Renji doing this. Oh, okay. Yeah, so he's saying that since... Well, see, but Renji's a little different because he knows what Senka is. He's basically saying, though, that since Renji was able to predict his movements, he saw where Byakuya would be and knew where he would strike from before he happened. That's essentially what the Sharingan allows you to do. What about Sasuke blitzing Team 7 post time skip? Someone give me the chapter and we can analyze it. But I'll tell you right now, most of Team 7 was already exhausted, especially Naruto from fighting Orochimaru. And Sai was actually able to intercept him. But that's fine, is what it is. But, that's not true. Reishi can be used as reishi within the body. It's literally the sole reason Bleach exists. Love from India. Hey, let's go. How you doing, Panda Gaming Official? Nice to have you in the chat. Literally the fact Renji predicts Byakuya's moves, yes. And in this conception, there are sub-elements like lightning, light, darkness, and such. He even goes on to include abstract concepts freezing like Hoffnung, which warps reality. Causality. Sharingan uses subtle muscle movements in a fight to predict the most likely course of a strike in a fight. True. What do you mean it's not true? The main ability of Quincy's is their ability to absorb the reishi from the surrounding to amp themselves. I'm not wrong, mate. Safira. Oh, that's right. I gotta start calling out you guys' names when I read, so when I go back, I can actually know who I'm responding to. Shinigami says, the point is that there are characters who do it via battle IQ. Meanwhile, Uchiha mostly used the Sharingan. True. Safira says, Quincy shifts are conceptual in nature, though. That's also true. Mugetsu says, Gerard isn't a normal Quincy. He is the Soul King's heart. It's likely his bow is different than normal Quincy bow, just like how his sword and shield are different from a normal sword and shield. And, there's also the fact that I just pointed out. He says he freezes all the elements. Gerard acknowledges this and then says, fine, I'll kill you if I'll use something. I'll use energy, something non-physical, because he freezes all matter, right? But then Toshiro proceeds to freeze energy matter as well. Safira says, because we've seen Quincy Shriss work despite the gap in spiritual pressure. I don't know if we've ever seen it work on a big gap, though. I'll say that. Maybe like Nanana versus Aizen. I'm saying, Shinigami says, I'm saying how characters in Naruto get what other characters do without battle IQ hacks. With battle IQ with hacks, yeah. Grid says, the fact that they can use that raw reishi in their body when using Bleach implies that Quincy go through a conversion process to turn reishi into Reiruku, making your point wrong. Y'all got, my chat is so goddamn smart, man. I swear to God. I got all the smart niggas in my chat. I swear to God I do, bro. All the smart niggas come to this channel. Excuse me. So Deno Shirayuki directly manipulates thermal energy. Hirimaru is stated multiple times to be the strongest Isento type down by toe. So Deno Shirayuki can affect energy. Hirimaru should be able to do so as well. That's also a really good argument for it. See, things like Shunpo being faster than Byakuya striking and rotation speed aren't noticed by many scalers. Body flicker / Shunpo versus other movements is not a new thing. That was from Karibo. And I'll read that again just so I can understand it again, or understand it better. One Smart says, see, things like Shunpo being faster than Byakuya's striking and rotation speed aren't noted by many scalers. Well, so here's the thing. Here's the thing. I wouldn't conclude his striking speed is slower than his Shunpo per se, right? Because Ichigo, who gets boxed in by Senbon Sakura, is able to physically swipe every petal of Senbon Sakura. But then the same Ichigo is also able to keep pace with Byakuya's Shunpo and outspeed him sometimes, right? So that would tell us that Ichigo's movement speed would be relative to his... Well, no, Ichigo's striking speed would far exceed his movement speed in that case. Because he can't escape the speed of Senbon Sakura, but he can swing his arms fast enough to block every single blade. So I wouldn't just presume that Byakuya's striking speed is slower. Mind you, he didn't expect Renji to be able to block him. He was very surprised he did block him. I wouldn't even say he was going all out when he did that. It was a very casual flash step for him. He does this all the time. It's a skill they have because of their bloodline. They use it in creative ways in a fight. Sasuke especially has good battle IQ feats without it. I'm not going to get into it. How much of this helps because of Sharingan? Show me a panel where body flicker is used offensively in combat. Shunpo is used offensively constantly. Body flicker is never used offensively in canon. Honestly, man. When people even bring up body flicker, I'm not gonna lie, I just dismiss it. It doesn't exist. It's a non feat. It really is. Like, until we start getting to the Raikage, who is confirmed to be using body flicker when he does all his stuff. It's like, okay, that's one. We don't see Might Guy use it. We don't really see Kakashi use it. We don't see Itachi use it. No one's zipping around blitzing anyone using body flicker. It just doesn't happen. Grid says, whose functions can be comprehended by mortals? Seems to imply that the attack just doesn't have any hacks. Not that it's pure energy. I don't know. If we want to stay on that for a while, we can, though. I don't mind. I don't mind. We can stay on that. So we have to understand the overall context of what's going on. He freezes Hoffnung. Hoffnung is physical, and Hoffnung is physical. So here's the thing. Hoffnung is physical, and it has the added property of doing reflection damage. So that gives it conceptual. So that makes it like a conceptual attack because it reflects quote unquote damage to the degree that it's harmed or affected. Right? So he says, when frozen, all forms of matter cease their function. Gerard is surprised and questioning that statement. He then says, your so-called hope is worthless now. Gerard acknowledges what Toshiro just said. He said, I see. Very well then. Mind you, he just told him all forms of matter cease their function. I see. Very well then. I shall crush you with a torrent of power. So while this energy is in the form of a bow, I don't think he's using Reishi. I don't think he's using Reishi at all. I think this would be an attack purely from his Reiruku or his Reryoko, as some call. So that's kind of how I would argue. It's just a logical proceeding of the events. He says he can freeze all forms of matter. Gerard is confused at that. He acknowledges it, though, and then proceeds to use something non-material, energy, which is the torrent of power. And that gets frozen. How about Sasuke using Danzo's elephant summons Annihilation to launch fireball style into its mouth, or Madara using clone feints in the fight with the Kage? So yeah, any use of a clone is not battle IQ. I'm just going to say that for everyone across the board. Any use of a clone is not battle IQ, especially coming from Naruto of all people, who can make 1,000 clones. You're really just tricking people until like you're really just spamming at that point. It's not bad like you. We're not doing that. Sasuke shooting fire into something that sucks in air. If you want to call that smart, I guess. You know, that's literally stated nowhere, lol. It's never stated that they convert Reishi into Reiduku. After unlocking KCM and Minato are shown to use Shunpo consistently in and out of combat. A lot. They more so just can't attack at that speed. You said after unlocking KCM, Naruto and Minato are stated and shown to be used Shunpo. Hey, Grid, can you give me a chapter? Give me a chapter for that, Grid. We can take a look at it. And let me turn the air on real quick. Okie day. Back at it like a crack addict. Damn, we have 16 people concurrently in the chat. I was supposed to be doing a Marvel Rivals thing once I had 15 concurrent people. This is actually a lot of people. You guys could be doing anything this Saturday evening / afternoon, because it is after 12, but not quite 5, so it's not the evening, somewhere in between. But you're here with me, chilling, talking about anime, talking about Bleach, talking about Naruto. So I thank you guys for that. I appreciate you. All right, where was I? Body flickered to pick up Hidan's head and kick Asuma in the knee. Was that body flicker? Was that body flicker? Certainly didn't look like body flicker. The Sharingan is a useful skill in battle, and it depends on the user how well they use it in battle. The kick was after the body flicker, not during. So basically, body flicker is outright inferior to Shunpo. I mean, that was obvious. If we didn't already know that, that was obvious. Drop that argument. Shunpo is a footwork technique used during battle to blitz distances. Body flicker is similar, yes, but Byakuya's striking speed is measured in Ho-Ho, not Shunpo. And Ho-Ho is faster and more agile. Well, correct me if I'm wrong, Rev, but isn't Ho-Ho just the name of all movement speed techniques in the series? Like when Mayuri refers to Hidan and Kakuzu, he says the aerial movement, no, he says the aerial Ho-Ho that you Quincy use. Right? And then when he uses the cicada butterfly technique on Zamari, he calls it Ho-Ho Stealth Shiho number 3 Utsasemi or something like that, right? Isn't Ho-Ho just the classifications for the actual movement speed techniques? Like, I wouldn't think his sword swings would go into Ho-Ho. That would more actually go into Hakuda. But then Hakuda's, Hakuda's hand to hand. So it would just go to his Zanjutsu, actually. To be honest, Shunpo seems more combat applicable. Now imagine using an Iran card with Sonido. Rev says that's what they use in attacking, evading, and defending. Oh, have you figured out what I was talking about yet? So all right, if it wasn't Orihime opening up the window for Silburn. Fuck. Let me think, bro. Let me think. Did Mask blitz anybody? Not really. He blitzed Renji off guard, but so it's not really a blitz. Did anything happen in Rose's fight? No. Did anything happen in Soifon's fight? No. Did anything happen in Toshiro versus Sangdu? No. Yama, Kenny. Let me think. In Core 1. Yuha didn't blitz anybody that I know of. Grim didn't blitz anyone that I know of. If it's Menema and Rukia, I wouldn't do that one because Rukia was running away and actively not trying to fight. Oh, was it Robert and Shunsui? I'm locking in my answer. Robert Akatron and Shunsui Kiraku. Robert blitzes Shunsui. Yes, he does. If it's not that one, give it to me. Alright. Not the reason he was shocked that his Pesquisa couldn't track Ichigo. And then he realized it's Sonito. The initial surprise was that his Pesquisa failed. Any use of a clone is pushing it. There's definitely applications of clone that quality. Naruto just uses the most baseline application of clones 90% of the time. It's like, bro, it's hard to give ninja, like, mind you, the series is built around being smart, tactical, strategic, and all these other things. But you still have people falling for the clone jutsu time and time again. It doesn't make sense to me. Like, how do you let down your guard against a shadow clone user? Doesn't make sense to me. So that kind of like, never mind. It's okay. I get what you're saying, though. Not every instance. Fine. Fair enough. Not every instance. Ronin, he was shocked that Pesquisa failed, but also shocked that he used Sonito. I will say, however, that the way Kubo explained the technical way Sonito works, it's objectively the best movement technique in the verse. In so many words, can you tell me how he explained it? Because honestly, I think Hidan and Kakuzu might be the best movement speed technique. Just based on its versatility. Because you can do skates with Hidan and Kakuzu, you can make an energy platform with Hidan and Kakuzu, then you can have the standard high-speed movement speed with Hidan and Kakuzu. So I think Hidan and Kakuzu is my favorite just based on its versatility. Going to be in and out of the chat for a bit. It's going to take me a bit to find a statement, and I'm in my girlfriend's apartment right now, so I don't have the physical manga on me. All good, Grid, all good. Hey Juan, I'm live. Make it quick. What's up? I'm live, nigga. Make it quick. What's up? What are you doing, yo? I don't like it. I don't know what I'm looking at, and I'm about to hang up. What the fuck is that? Juan, you better hurry up and start explaining. What is that?
I got a cup and done.
I don't know what that is.
You don't know what the cup is?
No.
Bro,
No, never heard of it.
it's like where they take the little fire and put it in the cup on your back.
Sounds painful, but it sounds like it's a massage thing.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Well,
I'm on YouTube. Hop in the chat. We lit. But we're talking about anime, something you don't like that. But I'll make you back after I'm done.
when we going on TikTok?
Later. I'm gonna hit you back after we're done, though. Are you studying, by the way?
Yeah.
Good man. Cool.
All right. Let me know when you're going when we have on TikTok.
I got you. We can do it later tonight or tomorrow, probably.
All right.
Either way. All right. Okay, where were we? Bum. Yes, Grid is going to be in and out of the chat. He's finding scans. That's fine. But being shocked that Ichigo could use an innate ability doesn't imply that Ulquiorra thinks Sonito is better. Ab-Stract. I may be misremembering, but I think Ho-Ho means any form of physical amping yourself to improve agility and speed. So Zanjutsu and Hakuda do incorporate Ho-Ho. And so does Shunpo. Any form of physical amping to speed? I don't know. I don't know. I th- I think it would just fall more so under the umbrella of speed techniques. But like with that definition, I suppose you wouldn't be wrong with that definition. In the anime manga series Bleach, Ho-Ho, step method, fast movement, is one of the 4 fundamental combat skills utilized by Shinigami. Here's what Ho-Ho entails. Focus on footwork. Ho-Ho centers on movement techniques and footwork, emphasizing speed and agility. So that comes from right from AI. Let's go to the wiki. Ho-Ho is an important skill for most Soul Reapers. The agility and speed of Ho-Ho can be enhanced and improved through mastery of it, concentration, and training. Shunpo. Okay. Senka. Yeah, so the general at least consensus is it would be more so movement, speed, techniques. I don't know about everything that has to do with speed would fall under Ho-Ho though. That would be a little too much. It would almost be redundant. Plus, it would make more sense if it had to do more so with just speed techniques from the fact that, like I said, Mayuri calls the Hidan Kakuzu a aerial ho-ho, and all it does is let him float in the air. He's not getting faster by floating in the air. It just allows him to use a movement speed technique. Yama blitzed Royd at the start of the fight. He did. He cut him on the arm. But then again, Royd reacted though. Royd reacted. If you mean when he saved Kenpachi, yes, that was a blitz. He blitzed him when he saved Kenpachi, yes. But the initial opening of the start of the fight where he cuts his arm, Yuha does react. He blocks it, but he takes damage. I think that Rebirth of Souls has given special information when true Shigai Ichigo goes into Horn of Salvation. His ho-ho changes from Shunpo to Sonito. That's fire. Kubo said Sonito is when you convert something from Reishi to not Reishi. Oh, that's dope. When did he say that? I think he actually did say that. I don't remember exactly, but yeah. Kubo basically confirmed that much like how other hollow abilities use space-time manipulation, Sonito is done by a hollow shortening the space between 2 points. It's actual teleportation. That's fucking dope. Here's Q&A. Nope, Ab-Stract, Tenjiro. Ooh. Oh my god. Blitz and Soy Phone. The Soy Phone Blitz. Oh. Okay. Nope, Ab-Stract, Tenjiro Kiniji. Speed blitzing Soy Phone so bad when she met Squad Zero. He put her in an arm lock and his physical appearance didn't show up until well after the lock was already done. Look it up on YouTube. Now, I remember the exact moment you're talking about. I thought it was going to be something more... Then again, that's a good one. I was more so thinking it would have been the Robert Shunsui one because that one is actually really good scaling for Robert. But the Sword Form one works too. You listen to Lil Wayne's new album. I did not listen to Lil Wayne's new album. I'm not hearing a lot of good things about it, but honestly, I think I've kind of moved on from Lil Wayne, Young Money, etc., etc. Like, if I hear the album, cool, but I'm not about to go out my way and listen to it. Seeing itself one point in space and respawning in another. I feel that left my house off. It was ass. He's more agile, though. Chapter 505, Naruto uses body flicker to blitz Kisame, and B raps about how abusing body flicker like that is how the yellow flash fights. Chapter 505. It's Bleach. Alright. Chapter 505. 05.
Look at you.
What in the hell is that, yo? All these sounds coming out of my thing. Wait, where's my... I swear I had the colored version of Naruto up here. Where'd it go, bro? Is it on the other one? No, this is all Bleach stuff. Did I delete it? Oh, no, here it is. Do I have another... How many tabs do I have open, yo? It's 1. It's 2. I have 1, 2, 3, 4 tabs. I have 4 tabs open. I don't know why I have 4 tabs. Oh, that's right. That's a study tab. Anyways, this is chapter 505. The Naruto stuff is just him using body flicker throughout the first war. So you technically have to reread the entire war arc. That's crazy. That's crazy work. So, but like, here's the thing with that, though, too, Grid. So you're telling me it takes for someone to have 9 tails reserves of chakra to spam body flicker? You're telling me it takes for Naruto to have 9 tails reserves chakra to use body flicker to that degree? Because he wasn't using body flicker like that before, which means the only thing that changed between that point and then was him getting more of Kurama's chakra. So if that's the case, Kakashi's shit out of luck anyway. Alright. Impossible, my chakra has the same flavor as Samihara. It ought to be detectable. It oughtn't be detectable. It's not chakra. It's something else, something bad coming from there. It's your blade. Your blade? It appears you can sense hate and other negative emotions. That doesn't fit any known sensory type, so it must be a power of a Jinchuriki who has achieved control over the Nine Tails. Alright, you're an Akatsuki the shark guy. However, this situation, to be facing 2 Jinchuriki and a Mokatun user, is honestly very tough even for me. How did you know how to open the door to this room? Silly question. I came here as a spy, you know. So, we don't get a really good perception of where Naruto is in relation to Kasame because this is a white room. But we do get a good feeling from where the door is, so to speak. If this is the wall and this is the door, that's a little hard at being a white wall, though. I'm trying to estimate. Guys, what do we think? About 30 meters? No. 20, maybe. I'm eyeballing it. Like I said, guys, this doesn't have to be exactly right. I'm just trying to eyeball it. But Naruto is able to cover that distance very quickly. Huh? Was that teleportation jutsu? First that bat, quite a smash. That was just like the yellow flash. So when B says this, though, do we know definitively if he's talking about the yellow flash using body flicker or is he using flying Raijin? Do we know which one he's talking about exactly? So, but then also, Yamato questions, oh, I'm sorry, B questions, was that teleportation jutsu, as in body flicker? which means he's not sure if that was Naruto's raw movement speed or body flicker. So that means we could also look at this in another light. We could look at it as Naruto didn't use body flicker, and he just used standard chakra to boost his speed, which would make his body flicker faster, right? Or we could just go the route and say that was body flicker. If it's the former, the issue is Naruto doesn't really use body flicker anyway. That'd be the issue there. But if it's the latter, and he did use body flicker in this moment, then my question would be kind of like I said before. So you need Nine Tails level chakra to use body flicker to that degree, Naruto? Because you weren't using body flicker before, and Kakashi already admitted inferiority to Naruto. He said Naruto surpassed me, meaning Naruto's a better ninja. Alright. The Naruto stuff is just him. Oh yeah, just trust me, bro. Got you. Mugetsu says, realistically speaking, how strong do you think Konan is? She's basically featless if we don't count pre-feats, and her losing the dryer was more so a matchup issue, not an overpower. How strong is Konan? That's a good question. That's a very good question. How strong is Konan? She just doesn't have enough. She doesn't have enough of anything to give a good conclusion. And it doesn't help that you can't scale to the energy in Naruto, or else I could at least give her a bare minimum. But like, I don't know if she could beat Might Guy in a fight. I don't know if she could beat. So I don't know if Konan could beat Kakuzu in a fight. I don't know if she could beat Data in a fight. I really don't know, because I really don't know how she fights. Like, the Jiraiya thing wasn't enough for me. And he was holding back. And he was in base. And pretty much had her beat. But that's Jiraiya, right? Yeah, that's a hard one. I can't even answer it, bro. I'm not gonna lie, I can't answer it. The only dude that spams body flicker without a tailed beast or Kage title is the one panel ocean of filler goat Shisui. I think Shisui, and you can give it to the Raikage. Body flicker is basically dash in game lingo. You blitz a set direction in one motion. That's how Tobirama blitzed Asuna, Madara's brother, I believe. You can't normally make moves mid flicker. That sounds like a really good way to describe it. You aim your kunai at your enemy's neck, then flicker in the direction. Well, it's not really fair of me to call Shinsui Mr. One Path. He has like 3 panels, and 2 of them are Danzo folding him without the Sharingan or Hashirama's arms or cells. True, even Tobirama and Minato use flying FR to guide their body flicker. Nah, you don't need Ninetales reserves. Shisui is known as Shisui, the teleporter, for abusing body flicker. I don't know why other people don't do it. Well, no, I'm saying this. Because here's the thing. Here's what I'm saying. Naruto wasn't using body flicker at all ever before this moment. The fact that he's using it now tells us 2 things. He's either using chakra to increase his basic speed without the technique of body flicker, which actually might be more plausible. Or he could be using body flicker at this very moment. The issue is, though, why would he use body flicker now? Is it because he now has enough chakra to waste to use it? Because his body flicker would normally be shit, but since he has enough chakra to compensate for the shit body flicker, he's using it? Is that what's going on here? Right? Because mind you, Naruto... Well, no, because Kakashi could react to pain too. I was going to say Naruto could react to pain and Kakashi couldn't, but Kakashi reacted to pain pretty well. It's just Pain's hacks couldn't really be bypassed by Kakashi. Anime only feats don't count. Shisui doesn't have enough canon material to accurately judge his combat capabilities. He's not talking about flying rising because while he's questioning it, he's still specifically attributing it to body flicker. Looks like he doesn't have the fourth Lord's skills just yet. Mr. B, please go after Kasame. I'll help Naruto. So, but my thing is this. Yes, he's attributing it to body flicker, but that's because the flash that he sees of Naruto could be reminiscent of the same yellow-haired flash from Minato. Like when he's moving or teleporting, you would get a flash because he would be there 1 minute and then go on the next. I'm just saying, I don't know if this is truly indicative of him saying, this is his flashes, this is as fast as Minato's body flicker. I don't know Minato's body flicker. Every time I see Minato doing something, he's using flying Raijin. Kona at least felt confident controlling Naruto before Nagaku told her to step aside. I mean, she was going to do the best she could. Feeling confident isn't like a feat, though. You know, she was going to do the best she could. We don't know how it would have turned out. And she clearly isn't stupid, considering her prep feat was planned around Kamui. Yeah, no. She's not dumb, but, like, who is she actually beating? Like, is she on Kakashi's level? I don't think so. Is she beating Mike Guy? I highly doubt it. Don't think so. A also compares Naruto to Minato when he uses body flicker to dodge his fastest punch as well. So, but here's the thing with that. Minato wasn't dodging A with body flicker. He was dodging him with teleportation. Flying Thunder God. He wasn't using body flicker to dodge A. At no point did Minato ever use body flicker to dodge A. Like, I think the comparison is being made between, hey, he's yellow and his dad had yellow fucking hair. You're like the yellow flash because you're here 1 minute and gone the next. I don't think this is a comparison to say his I was about to call it flash step. His body flicker is as fast as the yellow flashes. But I get it. I mean, it's not really, you know, none of this helps Kakashi anyway, so it's not really like important. So yeah. But alright, where were we? Oh yeah, that's right. Kakashi versus Pain. The Toad Oil kinda hard counters Conan. I mean, so it's her fault for getting hit with the Toad Oil in his hair. We can't say it hard counters Conan, therefore whatever. No, she got hit with it. She was too slow. She got grabbed by his hair. She was too slow. Like, no. Not gonna lie, if I was in Narutoverse, I'd use body flicker while prepping a jutsu to hide my hand signs so people don't know what jutsu I'm doing, and as hand signs can be used to extrapolate that info. True. I'd attribute to Naruto's lack of control. If you scroll down a few panels, it shows that Naruto lodges his leg because he misjudged it. Because he misjudged it. What's he say? My leg. I hit the wall too hard. I'm stuck. By misjudged it, do you mean him saying he hit the wall too hard? Because that wouldn't be a misjudgment. That would just be him not being able to control his own speed and the strength he's using to hit. Like, what do you mean by misjudge? I guess I should ask. But alright. So from an unknown distance, Kakashi is fast enough to intercept Pain's rod at Iruka. He's gone. Pain sees him. Pain throws a kick. Kakashi is fast enough to react. Does a mud wall. Now that's some thick wall. That's a pretty thick mud wall. Now, Kakashi does get stabbed in the shoulder by Pain. So this is not good. This is not good. Because I'm over here talking about Mach 500 right now. Pain certainly hasn't shown that. And we know he takes 5 minutes between each ability, which means they can't blitz him within 5 minutes. This is not good. I forgot about this. I'm not going to lie to you guys. I forgot he got stabbed in the shoulder right now. So Kakashi's combat speed, we'll see. We'll see what else happens. Because he's able to dodge the kick. And you know what? We can say the rod extended the reach of Pain's hand. But then again, Kakashi had the Sharingan up. He had the Sharingan up. So he's stabbed. He does a Chidori. Now, Pain. This has always been weird. You can say this messed with Kakashi's focus. You can say this messed with Kakashi's aim. But Pain is able to dodge the Chidori point blank. Mind you, Chidori is praised for its thrusting speed as well. And he dodged it point blank. So this is more of a feat for Pain. This is more of a feat for Pain than it is an anti-feat for Kakashi. But I have to factor it in as well. What was that? The Mirror Ninja Kakashi Hatake. It's an honor to meet you. Tell me where the Nine Tails is. Now, this isn't good either. This isn't good either. Look at the damage Kakashi's Raikiri did on that wall. This is not good. Now, I'm going to be generous though. Because this calcs terribly. But we know it has to be stronger than the Chidori that Sasuke was using in part 1. Which was like close to pulverizing. Or heavily cratering rock. But this is a horrible feat. There's no reason his hand shouldn't have... Well, never mind. It's okay. This is a bad feat, though. A silly question. So, Kakashi is not unfamiliar, or he's not afraid to use Chidori's back-to-back. But Pain uses Shinda Tensei and pushes him away. Excuse me. Pause. BRB, if stream still up, I will return. Going to eat. Gotcha, Shinigami. Take it easy. There's a reason why A and B. Oh, I'd attribute it to Naruto's lack of control. If you scored, I read that. Yeah, there's a reason why A and B leverage their physicality to perform a lariat. There's a reason why A and B leverage their physicality to perform a lariat body flicker. You can't make any other movements mid body flicker though. So what makes you believe you can weave hand signs? Characters clearly have different poses even when they exit body flicker. That's because the body flicker is already over. I'm talking about mid flicker. Like in the one we just saw, Naruto kicks using body flicker and mistakes the range, but he couldn't retract the kick. Yes, he misjudged his speed and hits the wall too hard, which would be a problem in a fight. An issue, Yamato says, wouldn't affect Minato because it's literally a skill issue. I see what you're saying. Okay, I got you, Grid. That makes sense. It's a limitation in body flicker that makes Tobirama and Minato so legendary, because they got around the blatantly weakness of body flicker by incorporating flying Raijin. Okay. Wait, just thought up a practical use for body flicker that nobody in history of Shinobi ever did. Did that mean I'm a normalized dude? Got higher battle IQ than most people in the Narutoverse. Normally, body flicker is very fast, but because almost nobody scales to it, they are stuck mid-animation. That's why A and B developed the lariat. They do that pose, and then body flicker in a straight line. That would make sense. That would make sense, but it almost contradicts that data book statement. Well, I'm not going to use it, but it almost, because it says, well, actually, maybe not the data book statement. Now that I think about it, if body flicker is being described how you guys are saying it, like you can only dash so forward in a straight line and then you can't really do anything until after that animation is finished, I see why it's not used so much. I see why. Also, low key, this means nobody's light speed. If you believe body flicker is light speed. Well, I think most of us don't believe they are that speed to begin with. Oh, I'm hungry. I gotta eat. I want some more Waffle House. Alright, so this is after Kakashi got pushed from Shinra Tensei. He's under some wood. So he's right here because this is where this image is, I think. No, these are two different panels. These are two different panels, but it's okay. Maybe it's a scene shot. So he gets out of some wood. It felt different from a blast wave, but what could it be? There's definitely a blast area with him at the epicenter. How about this? He does a Chidori dog at pain. Which pain, of course, blocks. He can repel both physical attacks and ninjutsu, Impressive. So how shall... Another one? So like Conan's obviously strong enough to take on no-name fodders. But when the Aburame clan step in, she doesn't beat Shino or her dad. Alright, so whatever happened in between we last saw Kakashi and Shirado, Kakashi gets his backside, gets a lightning blade ready. Now mind you guys, this is the second time a pain has dodged his lightning blade. Now while you might say, oh, he saw it coming, Chidori is supposed to be about this thrusting speed of the attack. At this range, you wouldn't expect, even if he knew it was coming, for him to dodge it at this range. Because the speed of the thrust is what's supposed to be really important about Chidori, as well as the tunnel vision you get. But he's able to dodge this as well. He wasn't even facing me. They share what they see with the others. So at this point, Kakashi has used 3 lightning blades. Right? He used one on Pain that missed. He charged up another one that got blown back. And he used one on Shirado that missed. That's 3 lightning blades and then a lightning dog jutsu. I'm being pulled in. That's it. That's his ability. Pain. I've got no chance if I'm fighting them alone. I need backup and to let the others know what the abilities of these two are. Alright. So Kakashi's ninjutsu doesn't work, right? So Here's the thing. If Toshiro's faster than Kakashi and can react to the lightning, well, number one, Toshiro would be able to freeze the lightning blade in Kakashi's hand. That's number one. That's an issue. But if he's fast enough to dodge the lightning blade, which these pains are fast enough to dodge point blank lightning blades, this is a problem for Kakashi. And then ranged attacks won't work because Toshiro can literally just freeze the lightning as he can freeze pure energy. So that won't work. And after that, Kakashi pretty much acknowledges he's out of options when fighting Pain. I've got no chance if I fight them alone. I need backup and to let the others know what his abilities are. Right? So that's Lightning Blade 3 times, Lightning Dog, and then we find out this is a Lightning Clone. So that's 5 Lightning style attacks that he used. A Lightning style Shadow Doppelganger. So that's a clone on top of a lightning style attack. So clearly his stamina has gotten a lot better since Deidara and Kakuzu. His stamina has gotten a lot better because that's 5 lightning attacks, and then of course we know he uses the Kamui later on. So, Pain is able to react to Choshi's attack, but Shirato is stunned from the lightning. He cannot react. Well, I did have something in mind, but this will help me preserve some chakra. Thank you. Okay, cool. So we know he wasn't totally out of options. He had a plan, but now that he has some assistance, this will help him in his endeavors. Cool. So we'll have to see what happens next. When does he use his chakra? Again. A trap shadow doppelganger. So he hit himself. So he had already hit himself. Okay. Only using substitution arts and doppelgangers until he determines the nature of his enemy and their abilities. Kakashi's up to his old tricks. Cool. So we know it's very in character for Kakashi that if he doesn't know who he's fighting, he will start with clones and he will start with doppelgangers. We'll give him the maximum limit for the ones he used in this battle when I do Toshiro. He'll get 2 of them. He'll get a single clone. He'll get a single doppelganger. But this also means that Toshiro does get a single ice clone mirror as well. In fact, since the last time we teamed up, that crafty fox hasn't changed one bit, which means you still have enough chakra. Well, I already had to use the lightning style shadow doppelganger, so I've spent over half of my chakra. Okay, so now we actually have a estimation. 3 lightning blades, 1 lightning dog, from a shadow clone that is, and 1 shadow clone lightning doppelganger. 5 attacks, takes over half of his chakra. And honestly, a prolonged battle against such an adept opponent is going to be tough. But at the same time, I've deduced some of their abilities. It won't be hard for him to deduce that all Toshiro uses is ice attacks. It won't be hard for him to deduce that. What will be hard for him to do is overcome the myriad amount of ways Toshiro can attack with ice, as well as the basic stat gap that exists between them. That's what's going to be hard for Kakashi. So they all attack Pain at the same time. He uses Almighty Push. Now Kakashi figures out his window, throws a weapon. Okay. So within the time that he used Almighty Push, I'm going to count this as 1 second, 2 second, 3 second, 4 second, 5 seconds. Yeah. In exactly 5 panels, Pain is ready to do it again. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He throws it 6. It takes time to travel, and he's able to block it. So that around 7 seconds panel time. Mind you, that was me counting the panels. I have no idea how much time actually passed, but we can at least say 5 seconds passed because he was able to use his ability again. I just kind of wanted to count that in for myself. What just happened? He repelled our attacks. His jutsu allows him to pull in or push objects away, similar to magnetic laws of attraction and repulsion, but he can't use the jutsu continuously. He needs a moment to recharge. Everyone else has been taken down. See? Fodder ninja just get pushed one time and they die. See why having a name actually means something in Naruto? If his name wasn't Choji, and if his name wasn't Choza, and his name wasn't Kakashi, they'd all be lying on the floor too. Because no names have no power. I've got an idea. Please work with me. Cool. So next thing we see is Pain in the Rebel. Kakashi comes up with the kunai. And this is just Pain being a spammer. But maybe he couldn't react with anything other than Almighty Push. Because I guess all he has to do is think about it. Nice movements and wide range of jutsu. I need to kill you so you won't be a nuisance later. Now. Human Boulder. Pushes them too slow. Alright. So from his push, 1 second, 2 second. This happens at the same time. This all happens at the same time. 2 second. This all happens at the same time. 3 seconds. 4 seconds. This is the 5th second. And Kakashi is here. Kakashi is there at the 5th second. Cool. I'm just counting it in to make sure it's consistent, guys. Just counting it in to make sure it's consistent. Alright. He hit the chain on the ground before his attack from below. Now, this would make the 3rd time that the Raikiri was blitzed by someone else. Mind you, this is supposed to be a speed-based attack. The Raikiri is a speed-based attack. It is. But Haku blitzed it. Haku has blitzed it twice now. And Shirado has blitzed it. This is not good. This is not good. So close range, the Chidori can be blitzed. Because it's been blitzed several times. So anyone with a faster movement speed than Kakashi's thrusting speed, and mind you, his thrusting speed can't be that fucking fast if this Pain was able to get in the way of it. It can't be all that fast if this already destroyed Pain had enough chakra and speed to get in the way of it. The other Pain was still functional. Be in time. So he does hit through him. But of course we know. But like I said. Right here was literally the 5th second. So after this panel, time has started. Bam, we're at 6 seconds already. This is all happening at the same time. 7 seconds. 8 seconds, be in time. No, you're not in time. You're late. You got pushed. So, yeah. Where we at? Or the data book is capped because if body flicker is light speed, why can't A react to body flicker if he's also light speed? That's true. That's true. Fun fact, you say Obito. Fun fact. If you say Obito over and over really fast, your brain will automatically default to saying Toby because of how the human brain processes rapid symbols. Obito. I don't know how many times you said this, Mugetsu, but I'm still saying Obito. Maybe your brain is too slow. Maybe your brain can't process it. Little shit. Let me stop. All the Light Fang would really be doing is pointing holes in things. But the data book talks about it, all things being bisected things at the speed of light. Yep. You mean the random books that Kishimoto had no say on? Data books are so flowery with words that I never take them seriously. Exactly, which is why we don't scale with them, right? So with the wording, you could conclude that Madara swung his Madara Susanoo Necla at light speed. I think I get what you're saying. The fact that reaction speed becomes more effective as distance increases makes Pain's Rinnegan amp his practical reaction time insanely. Lunar Ursa. That's a fire name. The fact that reaction speed becomes more effective as distance increases, true, makes Pain's Rinnegan amp his practical reaction time insanely. So like I kind of spoke on this yesterday. I'm not really a fan of giving the Rinnegan the added benefits of the Sharingan and more. There are two different dojutsu, and just because the Rinnegan is quote unquote the evolved version of the Sharingan or another evolved version or a mutation, however you want to say it, I wouldn't give it the attributes of the Sharingan. As far as I know, nowhere is it stated, suggested, or shown that the Rinnegan enhances visual acuity. That's not stated, suggested, or shown. As far as reaction time, right? It might be able to see certain things better. Maybe, kind of. I don't know. I need some statements for that. I wouldn't just presume it, though. Bisect all things. Naruto dodges it, cuts a branch or something, and it hits some rocks. Kurama can turn the world to ash. Okay, then, data book. Why the manga using mountain busting Biju bombs? That's impressive feats. Yeah, I think Madara's Light Fang is supposed to be interpreted as light speed, neck swivel. Naruto got to use the data book statements just to get close to what Lele's ability innately does. I'm just saying the arguments I've heard. You could also just say the jutsu temporarily amps his and all that. It's the fans who can't read, honestly. Have to go see ya. Hey, take it easy, Grid. We'll see you next time, bro. Greedling versus Part 1 Kabuto. Who you got? My money is on Greedling. I don't know who that is. Mugetsu, what are Greedling speed fits? Turn the earth to ash is not a lie. We've seen Kurama do this time and time again. The earth, in his context, simply means the ground. Things like mountains, forests, etc. It's pulverization. Ab-Stract, I'm about to say something inflammatory as hell, but I'm asking anyway. Haku versus Part 1 Kabuto. Who you got winning? Hold up. Let me, where is... Yeah, asking Part 1 Haku versus Kabuto isn't inflammatory. I don't think so, at least. See, here's the thing, though. A smart ninja like Kakashi would never really find himself in a situation where he's, like, trapped between Haku's mirrors. It just wouldn't happen. As we see Kakashi, normally, like, in his top condition, he does fight using a lot of clones and doppelgangers and stuff to assess what his opponents can do. Now, mind you, he was fighting, well, the Zabuza fight, yeah. I'd give it to Haku, though, versus Kabuto. You're not saying it that fast, though. How was I not saying it fast? I'm talking, like, auctioneer speed. I really can't say it. I don't think I can say it that fast, to be honest with you. Haku is low-key an underrated monster. Same with Kimimaro. I think Haku had Kage level potential if he ain't die so young. He definitely did. His thrusting speed is only as fast as the downstroke of lightning. That's right, Kiri. So like 100,000 miles per hour to 200,000 miles per hour. At a high ball, assuming he actually kept up with the lightning in motion. You're talking about Kakashi's thrusting speed? His thrusting speed is only as fast as the downstroke of lightning. Mach 130, Mach 260. So even granting Mach 500, Toshiro still blitzes, lol. Well, here's my thing. I wouldn't even give. I don't even know if I'd give Toshiro Mach 500 movement speed. Right? I don't know if I'd give him that fast. Because here's the thing, right? While Ichigo could react to Gin's Bankai and Buto Renjin all day, that's the Mach 1000, right? He couldn't react to Aizen, meaning Aizen would be above the speed of Gin's Bankai. Like, he couldn't tag Aizen, and Aizen casually blitzed Ichigo several times. So Aizen is definitely faster than Gin's Bankai, right? Toshiro, where he fits in all this, though, I don't think Toshiro is a blitz level to Ichigo. I don't think that at all. So at the very least, what I would be arguing for is the Mach 500 reaction speeds that Ichigo has. I would attribute to Toshiro. just based off of the logical chain scale of captains and all that. So I'm not even saying that Toshiro is Mach 500. I wouldn't even go that far. I'm just talking about his reaction speed would be able to perceive also Mach 500 as far as reacting. So then I don't think Kakashi would be able to land an attack on him at all. But that's why we're trying to find anything to get Kakashi's speed higher. That's real. I want real things. Like when Grid was talking about yesterday, how we were arguing about the downstroke of lightning. That was real, but we kind of argued it into the ground, and it's like, well, we don't really have any information on the feat, so we can't really use it. So that's what I'm looking for. Yeah, many people stand by Haku as the strongest in Part 1 during the war arc. Oh, during the war arc, his Edo would be closer to the original or amped, considering Kabuto's statements to Madara. No, not considering Kabuto's statements to Madara. Kabuto's statements to Madara are only for Madara. Because there are many other statements that suggest that the Edos are weakened. Like when Madara told Hashirama and Tobirama that they're weakened and they're not at their full strength, despite them also being Edos. People forget that Zabuza himself admitted inferiority to Haku. Yes, he did actually. No matter how you slice it, they're going to find it downplay for Naruto, lol. So, yeah, Red, you can't call everything that doesn't agree with your line of scaling downplay, though. That's what I would say. It's not downplay if I'm doing my best to get the accurate numbers and I'm judging the feats based off of how the series prevents them. How the series presents them. It's not downplay. It's not downplay. Like, what am I supposed to make of a technique that boasts a super fast thrust being blitzed 3 times? Blitzed here, blitzed twice by Haku. At close range, he couldn't hit pain. What am I supposed to get from that? What am I supposed to get from a guy that says after 5 lightning style attacks, he's damn near out of chakra? Or I'm sorry, at half chakra. I needed my charger. Yeah, I think we're just like too quick to call things that we don't agree with downplay. It's not downplay. Not everything is fucking downplay. We can't do that, bro. Like, yeah. Okay, cool. So at this point, now mind you, here is another issue. This is another issue. The nail. Well, from that distance, I guess you can't miss. No pain. So we know what happens. But the issue is, Pain thought it appropriate to kill him with this nail. A nail, mind you. And Kakashi thought it appropriate to use a technique to dodge, to avoid, to stop it. Now, realistically, how much force would have been thrown? I'm sorry, how much force would have been behind this nail? Well, I'll tell you guys this. It's not like Pain just threw a building level, like, it's not like that nail had building level AP. If I remember from Zelius's video when he talked about this, I think he came out somewhere around wall level for that nail. So that's sad. Haku put Zabuza in a death-like state with 2 needles to the neck. The accuracy and power is crazy. Facts. I don't think we should count that feat as it was planned from a planned thing from both of them. Well, so the feat would still be, though, Haku's accuracy, at the very least. Gin said his Bankai isn't that fast, so it's below Mach 500. Did you take that in consideration? Kind of. Kind of. So here's the thing. He never said it wasn't Mach 500. What he told Aizen was he told him a lie about his Bankai. He never said it wasn't Mach 500. What we have to understand is that Gin had 2 different conversations with 2 different people for 2 different purposes. When he was talking to Aizen, it was to lie, it was to deceive him, it was to trick him. So Aizen probably got all misinformation. When he's talking to Ichigo, his purpose for fighting Ichigo is to test Ichigo to see if he's ready to take over his burden of killing Aizen, to see if he's ready up to the task. So honestly, there's not really a reason that Gin would lie about Mach 500 being his speed for his Bankai. But even if you want to say that, let's take the 8 square miles and the fact that it extends to that length in an instant. Or what we could do is take the average size of a town, and since Ichigo said he sliced up the entire town, we could take how fast it would take his Bankai to extend to the length of a town, the average town. And we could use lowballs like 0.5 seconds to 1 second. We could lowball. I don't mind doing that either. Funny how you worded that. Red hair. He didn't say it was slower. He said it isn't that speed. That could mean it's faster. Secondly, he was talking to Aizen, like I said before. It means it's faster, LOL. Let me guess, because it's Bleach, so it can't be slower. All that statement meant was that the speed and distance are irrelevant because the speed and length ain't the main ability. No. Don't you just love how Kakashi has all this lore to him, like copying 1K jutsu, but he only uses like 8 in the entire series? What about the other 992? At least give us 20 jutsu you could use or list. True. Because that's how grammar works. Yes, grammar would suggest it is slower. Kabuto says his Edo are stronger. Madara simply points out Kabuto doesn't know how strong he was. People Kabuto has descent info on should be stronger than their life selves. I don't know where you would get the idea that they're stronger. No one ever suggests that they're stronger as an Edo, except for Kabuto to Madara. In fact, can you tell me the panel that Kabuto says his Edos are stronger overall? Can you tell me that? It's not the speed I said it was. It's not the speed I said it was. Can objectively mean it's faster or slower, and considering the context, it's faster. I'm with all that. We can do that too. But like I said, he's talking to Aizen for a different purpose than he's, the reason he's telling this to Aizen, or the reason he told his lie to Aizen, is a different reason to why he is testing Ichigo. That's kind of where I would be at with it. No, wait, and he never says it's slower. He only stated he lied about the speed or length. I mean, Ab-Stract, you can shoot someone in the forehead with a nail gun and kill someone. So it would be the same. Just look up nail gun power. Like, the thing is this though, Kai. Mind you, I know the ninja are stronger than us IRL, but you wouldn't expect a nail to kill you. You just wouldn't expect a nail to kill a ninja. But hey, We can die by a nail gun. If anything, it'd be in character for Gin to lie about the speed and length to make the enemy think it's slower and shorter than it actually is. He lies to get an advantage. Gin says it's not that fast. One smart dub only line doesn't count. The kanji only states it ain't that speed. I'm gonna bookmark this convo. I know for a fact something like this will come up again, and y'all too will say it means slower in a different series. I can grant it. I can guarantee it. Ab-Stract, would it make more sense for Gin to over or underestimate his ability? He lies to get an advantage. Both make sense, bro. I'm not gonna lie. I can't say one or the other, because downplaying your own speed would be an advantage because it would be faster than what you're saying. But also saying it's not as fast as you're displaying would also work to your advantage, because though it's this fast, I can't dodge that. It's this fast, right? But honestly, saying it's not as fast as he said would kind of be weird, though. Because if it is to gain advantage, you'd kind of want to lie about how slow it is, not how fast it is, because then it's more impactful if it is faster, which it should be. Actually, what advantages Gin gains for lying, saying his Bankai faster or slower? If the enemy thinks it's shorter or slower than it actually is, and they dodge using the info they're given, they make a fatal error and die. What? He would have to necessarily maintain one lie. That makes no sense, Mugetsu. Well, so I want to kind of put this in human terms. Like Red, if I have a Nerf gun and I say, oh yeah, it's just a Nerf gun. It's just a Nerf gun. Mind you, when we shoot Nerf guns, we can physically see the gun being fired and follow it with our eyes. That's how slow Nerf guns are. We can physically track them. But if that Nerf gun shoots at the speed of a bullet, you die. So that would be the advantage in lying about his Bankai. Now, if he says, hold up. Yeah. Now, if he says, I have a real gun that shoots at the speed of a Nerf gun, that's deceptive. It's deceptive on its face, but it doesn't really yield him any meaningful advantage. So, Mugetsu actually has a point here. You wouldn't hype up the lie to say it's faster. I'm sorry, not say it's faster. You wouldn't downplay your own lie to say something is slower. That just wouldn't make sense. Because again, if I have a Nerf gun and I say, yeah, it's just a Nerf gun, and then it shoots at the speed of a bullet, you die. Because I lied to you about the speed of the thing. Like, you're less on guard because you think it's X fast. So yeah, it actually could be faster than Mach 500, to be honest. But hey, is what it is. I think there's more evidence that leans. I think the narrative implication would be that Gin was telling the truth to Ichigo and he was only lying to Aizen. But we don't know what he told Aizen. But we do know his purpose for fighting Ichigo was to gauge how strong Ichigo was. Like, he had no reason to lie to Ichigo at this point. Oh. Let me see. Ab-Stract, you have to consider that if he only lied to Aizen, then that would mean he lied to Ichigo because Aizen had eyes on him even way back when he first met Rangiku. Oh, when he first met Ryoka Ichigo. He would have to necessarily maintain one lie. Let me read that again. You have to consider that if he only lied to Aizen, then that would mean he fucking fly. Yeah, if he only lied to Aizen, then that would mean he lied to Ichigo. Because Aizen had eyes on him even way back when he first met Ryoka Ichigo. Alright, I'm missing the link between where his lie has to stay consistent. I'm missing that part. So break it down for me a little bit more, Rev. I'm missing that part. Why must his lie necessarily be consistent? Also, Unc, I just peeped your taskbar. Why the fuck do you have so many pinned icons? Hey, man. Couldn't tell you. That's just how I do it, bro. I gotta see everything. Right? In context, Gin told Aizen his Bankai is Mach 500 when in reality it's much faster. That's how he got Aizen. Yeah, that's correct. Okay. I see what you're saying. Let's do basic grammar. If I can run 3 miles per hour and then I go get dusted like Ashton Hall versus Speed, and I say I'm actually not that fast, what does that mean? If you're actually not that... Wait, what? If I say I'm actually not that fast? Well, I mean... it would mean you're faster, wouldn't it? Because 3 miles per hour is slow as shit. So if you say I'm not that fast, then I would think you're saying you're faster than 3 miles per hour. I would hope. Like, that's the wrong context. It's the wrong context. Left myself. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, that context is weird. Let me read it again. If I can run 3 miles per hour, a very slow speed, and then go and get dusted like Ashton Hall versus Speed, and I say, I'm actually not that fast, what does that mean? So you could be saying two things. You could be saying, yeah, I got dusted. I'm actually not that fast, right? But if your intention, like Gin, is to lie about how fast you are, and you say, I'm actually not that fast, that would actually intimate you're faster. So yeah. Immediately after saying he lied about the speed of his Bankai, he blitzes Aizen, who believed the Bankai was only Mach 500 with that Bankai. So, I wouldn't say that Mugetsu only because we really don't know what he told Aizen. But if we presume he told them the same things, and I'll have to break this down in the video. I'll have a section, or I'll have a version where he told them both the truth. And I'll have a version where he told Ichigo the truth and Aizen the lie. But all that really does is cap it at Mach 1000 for its top speed and Mach 500 for its Bankai normal speed. But yeah, if it's one consistent thing, I would probably agree with Rev, where Mach 500 would actually not be the true speed and it would be faster since he was able to hit Aizen with it. But then again, you could argue Aizen was off guard. Even though Aizen knew he was going to get hit by it, he was still off guard in the sense that he wasn't ready for that attack. Ab-Stract, did you find that Kakashi novel from the Naruto Explain video I showed you? I did actually, Karibo. I did. I started reading it too. It's going to come in handy, but not too much. Just based off of what I'm finding now about that manga. Did I have it on my phone? I think I had it on my phone. Let me double check. Yeah, here it is. Yeah, Kakashi light novel. Yeah, so the ice user that Kakashi is fighting in that novel has a technique very similar to Toshiro's. And from what I'm reading, Karibo, it seems that Kakashi has to continuously use chakra to not let his body get frozen. But it's not like the ice user is doing a wide AoE ice attack that can freeze the body instantly. So there's already going to be a potency issue and a class issue when we're talking about these abilities. But yeah, to answer your question, I have looked into it. You cap and twin, laugh my ass off. No way you think that Bleach got y'all in shambles with the terrible grammar logic. I'm dead ass. I'm dead ass. How did that not make sense to you? Aizen always had eyes on Gin, so he would keep his lies consistent regardless of who he was lying to. Ab-Stract, let me reiterate. Gin knew that Aizen was watching him even way back when he told Ichigo the truth, as you put it. So if he had told Aizen a slower speed than what he told Ichigo, Aizen would know. So you're talking about when Gin was off fighting Ishin, he was paying attention. I'm sorry, when Aizen was off fighting Ishin, he was paying attention to Gin and Ichigo's fight. He was tuned in that much to where he heard every word. I guess that could be true. Why did Kakashi never combine Valkyria with 1,000 Years of Death? Oh, that'd be dastardly. All right. So let's look at Kakashi before and after. Oh, I guess I have to go back. Okay, I'm not going back. Oh well. All right, and so yeah, so he uses two Kamuis and 5 lightning style jutsus. So 7 jutsus altogether until he dies. Let's put that in our notes. Kakashi uses 7 jutsu. But then again, this won't really be important. Well, no, I'm going to put it in there. Kakashi uses 7 jutsu. Five lightning jutsu. And 2 Kamuis. His Kamui. No, I'm sorry. I don't need that. It's okay. So yeah, 5 lightning jutsu and 2 Kamui, making a total of 7 jutsu. So that would necessitate that Gin told Ichigo the same lie he told Aizen, and the narrative makes it clear that both lies are the same thing. So the only thing that I have an issue with then it would be the whole Aizen was watching Gin the whole time while he's fighting Ishin and cueing in on their conversation. But so like this almost, because if he's telling the same lie, if he's telling the same lie, and he says it's not as fast as he told Aizen, and then he proceeds. I mean, obviously, he hits Aizen with the Bankai, then tells Aizen it's not as fast as he told him. That would intimate it's faster, right? So I don't have an issue with that. But I guess, yeah, kind of like I said, it would just be the whole Aizen watching Gin the whole time and listening in on Gin the whole time. It'd be that thing. Aizen believed the Gin and got caught off guard by a much faster attack than he expected. That's one way to look at it. That's one way to look at it. That Aizen believed it was Mach 500 and got caught off guard. Kind of like how that scenario where I said if I have a Nerf gun and I tell you it's Nerf gun speed but it's really bullet speed, you would get caught off guard. That's one way to look at it. The other way is that Aizen really was caught off guard, not just because it was so fast, but Aizen didn't know what Gin was going to do. There's also that argument for it too. And I'm bringing it up because I do have to be fair. When that moment happens, Aizen isn't on guard. He's not ready for the attack, etc., etc., etc. But then again, this would also mean that Gin was holding back significantly versus Ichigo, which is also true. Because he wouldn't use his top speed on Ichigo because he's holding back against Ichigo. He's not trying to kill him or beat him or heavily injure him. But for Aizen, he would absolutely use his top speed in attempt to, get the blade through him so he could plant that poison. Wow. That's a Rev, man. You kind of slick, man. So he would only use what he believes in his necessary effort and no more. So he became stupid. That's not the first time Gin met Ichigo. Why y'all bringing up Ishin, lol? I even specify Ryoka Ichigo. The clap happened in Fake Cutter Town. And how does that change anything? Well, so then I might be a little confused too than Rev. If you're just talking about when they first meet at the gates, I'm not sure how that's relevant. He's using Shikai. There'd be no reason. I mean, yeah, I'm not sure why that's relevant. Red hair. Not stupid, arrogant. If we want to talk stupid, we got to bring up Madara, whose entire plan was Big Tree GG. Aizen was playing 5D chess to build a key to ascend to the heavens and kill God. Madara just wanted to get everyone high off some space weed. I just seen the Cope in real time trip. Laugh my ass off, man. Where Twin at? Bro doing too much work on you. Chill, man. Red, I really don't get it though, bro. What's the craziness in what we're saying though? I don't understand it. Gin explained his Shikai to Ryoka Ichigo back in the Soul Society. He then basically said my Bankai is X number faster than my Shikai. He said that in Soul Society? I don't. Did he say that in Soul Society? It's coming from Rev. Let me see. Wait, well, where are we? I have to keep remembering where I'm at. I'm at chapter 400. All right, where are we at? Menos Grande, Death, Unfinished Rain, Collision, Back in Black, Rain of Blood, Meat in Basement, 14 Days for Conspiracy, Intruders. Should be Intruders. All right, cool. Jadanbo. Box is X, so we can probably go like 3 ahead. 1, maybe 2. It's probably Rain of Blood. Okay, cool. What's wrong? Why aren't you going in? Is there something wrong? Who is this guy? The third team leader, Ichimaru Gin. Ah, this is not allowed. Immediately slashes off Jidambo's arm. That's too bad. You are a gatekeeper. Opening the door is not your duty. You can still hold the door even with one hand. No wonder you're one of the elites in the Soul Society. However, you still fail as the guardian. Okay. He must be executed. All right. All right. Let's see. So you're Ichigo Kurosaki. You know me? So he does exist. Oh, wait, where are you going? If that's the case, then I definitely can't let you pass. It's not called knife. Shoot him. Shinso. Alright. Hey, Rev, where did you get that he explains his ability to him here? I thought you said at the gate. Did you mean, excuse me. Did you mean Soul Society, bro? Or did you mean, Katakura Town? He explained his Shikai in Soul Society when Aizen was lurking. Where does he explain his Shikai, bro? We know this because of Gin's conversation with Rukia where he threw Aizen off his back by acting like a sadist. Hey, Rev, where are you getting this stuff, man? Aizen was watching Gin versus Ryoka Ichigo. Ronin on that defending cope. What cope? Targeted ads. Oh no! How many of the Akatsuki you think it takes to beat Jidambo? Alright, okay. They would whoop Jidambo's ass. But it would probably take like 3 of them. Like Kakuzu, Datata, and Sorcery could probably get it done. He explained his Shikai. Ab-Stract, I'm trying to remember if it's that novel where Kakashi uses a fire type that's supposed to evaporate all water and creates a mud wall immune to lightning. I haven't finished the novel. So what I did, Kariba, was I skimmed the novel to see if any ice stuff went on. It did. And so what I'm going to do is once I start the Kakashi scaling, because I'm finishing up Toshiro, the last thing I'm doing right now is the speed. That's why we're doing all this speed stuff. Once I finish that up, I'll look for the finer parts of that Kakashi light novel, and I'll take it into consideration. Even though I don't take light novels, since it's relating to ice specifically, for you, I will take it into consideration. I'll read it, and I'll incorporate it into the video. He said it's not a short sword. This is my Zanpakuto. That's the explanation, apparently. Meant fire style. I'm lost in. Must have misremembered. It's all good, running. Cope is a real deal breaker. Hey, yo, Red is a troll, bro. It's all good. We misremember. My thing is this, though, right? If that is the case, like, we can infer that Aizen is monitoring all his subordinates, Gin, Kaname, whatever, right? We can infer that, but to say he's watching and listening 24/7, I don't know. I wouldn't give him that. Like I said, he's in the middle of a fight with Ishin. So he wouldn't be, he wouldn't be so relaxed fighting Ishin that he could eavesdrop on Gin and Ichigo's conversation. God damn, these fucking flies. How the fuck they get in here, bro? I thought he had explained his Shikai. That's not cope. Haven't read early Bleach in years. Oh, don't worry. Don't worry. We're gonna read Bleach on this channel. Yes, we are. Honestly, I legit don't think Hidan belongs in the Akatsuki. We got heavy hitters like Kakuzu, Pain, Itachi, Orochimaru, Kasami, Data. Then we got Hidan. Hidan auto loses to any fast dude with a ceiling jutsu. Yeah, he does. Yes, he does. But his combat speed is relative to Kakashi's. So if it's just taijutsu, he can definitely overwhelm a lot of people. Like, Hidan isn't fodder in verse for the most part. I'm sorry, no, he is for the most part fodder in verse, but he's beating your average named person. Your average named person he's beating. like Hidan versus Lee is a tough fight for Lee. It's a tough fight for Lee. Lee might lose that depending on if he already set up his blood ritual or not. Because again, he can contend with Kakashi. Okay. So, I did want to share this though. For this whole title of this video. Light speed versus Mach speed. Right? Now, this will kind of put into perspective well, I'll just do this. Oh no, where'd it go? I hope that wasn't it. It might have been. I don't know. Oh, yeah, this one. Okay. Yeah, so I'm going to read this, guys, and you guys let me know what you think about it. I thought this was very interesting. I thought it was very well done. But you guys let me know what you think about it. They're probably coming from this goddamn syrup. Okay. Where's it actually start? All right, anyways, he says, I will thoroughly analyze the entire feat first, and then I'll address some counters I've read over the years. On chapter 399, Gin faces Ichigo, tells him that his Bankai Kamishi no Yari can extend up to 13 kilometers, around 8 miles. This leaves Ichigo utterly perplexed, but he doesn't really think much of it besides its length. He can even deflect the entire length of the sword back at Gin to his own surprise. Right. 8 miles. Hard to imagine, isn't it? Even after hearing it, I'll show you. You ready? I won't hold back this time. Ichigo blocks it. Why are you so surprised? One Bankai should be able to stop another. However, later on into the fight, we learn one crucial detail about Gin's Bankai. Outside of its outrageous length, and the thing could apparently extend. Outside of its outrageous length, the thing could apparently extend and shrink within the blink of an eye, surprising Ichigo. Now, here's the thing. Real quick, here is the thing about this. And I probably won't do this for the video, but Ichigo's perception speed is being blitzed right in front of his eyes, right here. So this is already too much. Never mind. We'll keep going. We'll keep going. We'll keep going. I don't even want to say that just yet. When did he shrink his sword? Did I miss that because I was distracted? No, I never shifted my attention away from the sword. As long as it is, I couldn't have missed it. Matter of fact, he says, he was so utterly perplexed by what just happened that even whilst fighting Gin, the thought couldn't leave his mind, and he came to the conclusion that if Kamishi no Yari really extended that fast, he would be finished if Gin points it at him. That's some sword. Feels like mine's about to break. Yeah, right. Then break it already. If what I'm thinking is right, all he did was shrink his sword without undoing his Bankai. If what I'm thinking is right, I'm finished the moment he points the tip at me. Right after that, it appears as though Gin points his Bankai right at Ichigo and extends the sword. The reason I'm saying why it appears is because the manga doesn't really make it clear due to how it's drawn. Regardless, Ichigo manages to counterslip the Bankai just barely, and we are shown that he can't get back to Gin in time before the sword fully retracts. Based on this, Ichigo came to the obvious conclusion that the biggest strength of Gin's Bankai is its speed, and that Gin was playing 4D chess with him the entire time. Right. So this is where he extends it in the air. He brings it down on Ichigo. Ichigo gets nipped and dodges it. Ichigo then dashes at Gin while it's extended. Gin is able to retract it before Ichigo can get close enough for an attack on Gin. The scariest thing about your Bankai isn't its length or its destructive force. It's the speed of its lengthening and shortening. I thought about it. There was no point in telling me how long it extends. It was actually to your advantage not to tell me. There was no point in swinging your sword around the city, slicing up half the town. It was to your advantage just to attack me. But you purposely showed me to distract me from how fast it stretches and shrinks. After that, we get an inner monologue of Gin pretty much telling us that Ichigo was right on point. Am I wrong? Wow, he realized that in the first encounter and dodged it in the second encounter. So here's the thing. We have to take into consideration. He said, wow, Ichigo couldn't see below Mach 500. Yeah, so no, that's the thing. That's the thing, Red. If it's faster than that, well, never mind. We'll get into it. I don't want to take too much time away from this. So yeah, regardless, after all of this, we finally get confirmation as to how fast the sword actually retracts and expands. Bankai, Kamishi ni no Yari's speed. Gin claps his hands and tells Ichigo if he heard that. Well, now that you've figured it out, I'll tell you how fast Kamishi ni no Yari extends. You hear that? It's 500 times faster than that. So he tells him it's 500 times faster than that. Kamishi ni no Yari isn't the longest Zanbakuto, it's the fastest. Gin tells Ichigo that his Bankai moves 500 times faster than sound, Mach 500, aka massively hypersonic. If it wasn't obvious, giving Ichigo's reaction, attacks of this supposed speed were obviously a problem. Put a pin on this fact because it will be used to address some debunks later on. So he's saying that because Ichigo was surprised at how fast Gin claimed the sword to be, and Ichigo's surprise of it, well, he's not saying, he's saying put a pin in it, but yeah. Regardless, after some brief interruptions of Aizen versus Isshin and Urahara, Gin and Ichigo resume their match. At this point, Gin is making full use of his Bankai speed and stands in the most optimal stance necessary for it. What's that stance? Kamishi ni no Yari, Buto, which Ichigo dodges. So here's the thing. Ichigo dodges this very casually and very easily, number one. But we'll get into that later too. It's already retracted. So he could process the attack speed. And he notes it already retracted. However, there's a clear difference now. The speed of Gin's Bankai has been doubled with Buto Renjin, Mach 1000, still massively hypersonic. This gets confirmed in the unmasked data book, he says. An attack that fires Buto at high speed. The strength and speed of Buto are doubled, becoming an attack with incomparable power. Anyone familiar with how I scale, I don't know who this guy is though, knows that I'd never apply multipliers to a speed-related feat. However, on this case, it's different for multiple reasons. The most important difference being that Gin's Bankai wasn't attained using calcs. It's a clear-cut Mach 500 statement with little to no narrative contradictions, and its multiplier Buto only applies to said statement. Ichigo outright feels the need to immediately jump to his second hollow mask form, which should be at the bare minimum a 5 times multiplier. Despite Ichigo's strength increase, it's heavily implied that Gin still proceeded to no-diff him, so Mach 1000 attacks were clearly too much for Ichigo to handle. Were you always this weak? Your mask is brittle too. Is this the extent of your holification? Anyways, that about covers it for the feat. It's a very blatant Mach 500 to 1000 speed statement, when quite literally the entire plot point within those chapters was the speed of Gin's Bankai. This wasn't a random feat or statement that can be taken out of context or be used to downplay when, as mentioned, it was a literal plot point. within the series when speed was of concern. So yeah, it was a little plot point in the series when speed was of concern. Now let's move into some of the popular debunks I've encountered over the years. I will be addressing them from worst to best, even though I've considered all of them bad and outright dog shit. But yeah. So honestly, I do like his breakdown and take on this feat. I do like it. For the purposes of AAA piece scaling, this isn't bad. For the purposes of being as accurate and consistent as possible, I do think this is a good take. Now, we can get into the logistics of the line to Gin versus the line to Aizen, and that Gin, by all means, was probably holding back versus Ichigo. So there's definitely arguments for faster than what Gin said. But AAA scaling focuses on necessary minimums. And if he's not lying, if he's telling Ichigo the truth, we do have confirmed numbers. Right? So the Mach speed versus light speed title of this video is not to say that Bleach isn't light speed. Right? It is to say, using AAA piece scaling, it's not light speed at this point. But a lot of series, well, I'm not even going to get in there. But yeah, not light speed at this point. And people want to say that Ichigo isn't a smart fighter. Facts. Wait, it wasn't a Stone Shinobi. It was a Leaf Shinobi at around 155 in the Crunchyroll clip. A Leaf random is trading sword strikes with Madara briefly. Yeah, I remember that. Underrated deduction for real. Oh, yeah, no, that deduction is beautiful work from Ichigo. It's beautiful work. The other day I heard someone say CGI anime can never look good. Meanwhile, I'm a King and Ashura fan. Yeah, Kengan Ashura is fire. It's great. One of my favorite fights in anime is Cosmo versus Akuya. Oh my god. I never really liked Cosmo versus Akuya because like that fight is just weird and Akuya is like a fucking sadist who gets off on giving people pain. Kowlon versus Fang, fire. Love it. Setsuna Kiryu versus Gensai, fire. Love it. Kiryu versus Omo was actually a little underwhelming. It was actually a little underwhelming. I hope in Kengan Omega they fight and like do it justice. I hope they do. But yeah, Kengan Ashura is fucking goated. I'm sad my goat Kowlon lost to Aikido, but I think in Kengan Omega, current Kowlon would beat current Kowlon. Is there another Kowlon? Honestly, Kengan Omega scaling is very weird. Saw Fang beat Cosmo just to go on to lose to Lehito. Saw Pang ain't beat no Cosmo Imai. Oh wait, you said Kengan Omega. Saw Pang beats Cosmo Imai in Kengan Omega? But loses to Lehito? Oh, you gotta be kidding me. I can't wait till they animate that shit. Also, why would Gin lie when Aizen already got hit and then he said he lied about his speed? Why would Gin lie when Aizen already got hit and then say he lied about his speed? Well, because if Aizen thinks it's Mach 500 and then he gets hit with something that's faster than Mach 500, Gin's saying, yeah, I told you it was this, I lied. It's not this. That's why you would tell him after. Because again, and this actually does make total sense, especially if you're on the side that Aizen knew Gin was going to attack him / betray him. Because like I said, Aizen can blitz Ichigo many times over. He can reach out and literally touch his heart and Ichigo can't do nothing to stop him. Right? But Gin's Bankai cannot blitz Ichigo. This can be for two reasons. Either Ichigo is faster than it, or Gin is holding back. Right? Because Gin, when he uses Buto, Ichigo dodges. When he uses Buto Renji, he goes Hollow Mask and dodges it. But before this, like I said, he could not react to Aizen. So, how then could the Bankai that couldn't hit Ichigo now hit Aizen? It would make very much sense if Gin was lying to Aizen about the speed of his Bankai. It would make sense. It would make sense. But this is me arguing for faster than what Gin said. I don't mind taking the necessary minimums of Mach 500 to Mach 1000. I don't mind. Especially for this fight. I don't mind doing it. Because we also have to remember that Ulquiorra was able to completely blitz Ichigo's perception. This wasn't too long after their fight. We don't know how much stronger Ichigo got, but I wouldn't say enough time has passed to where he eclipses Ulquiorra in strength. No, Ulquiorra would still be a tough night for this Ichigo right now. Aizen knew Gin was going to betray him. He just never knew when exactly he would do it. So again, Aizen just let himself be slower than Mach 500. Well, no, it's not that he let himself be slower than Mach 500, right? It's that Gin lied about Mach 5. So, mind you, I have to argue this two ways because I'll probably be taking the necessary minimum for the video, but there's more evidence to suggest that Gin's Bankai was faster than what he said. Way more evidence to suggest it's faster than what he said. Because you don't go from not being able to tag Ichigo to tag to tag post-Chrysalis stage Aizen. All right. But yeah, I thought this was interesting. I thought this was a good breakdown of it. Okay, so what do I need to do now? I have to find some scaling chain that gets Toshiro. I have to find out. Let me think. See, the issue is Ichigo can react to these speeds pretty easily, especially with his hollow mask on. But that's his reaction speed. Like, until Ichigo goes Vasto Lorde, he's never really able to blitz Ulquiorra. He never really gets the jump on Ulquiorra. But I guess I could suppose that since Ulquiorra Segunda Etapa should be stronger. No. Ulquiorra Segunda Etapa should be just as strong as Halibel with her Resurreccion. Should be. I use that loosely. Should be. Right? What do you guys think about that, actually? Is Halibel Resurreccion just about as strong as Ulquiorra Segunda Etapa? Etapa? Would you believe me if I told you Ryzen is even more violent in King? Ryan. Kind of. I'd kind of believe that. That Ryan's more violent. Only because they kind of made Ryan chill out after his loss to Oma. Maybe Ichigo is below Mach 500 until he hollow-fied up. He dodged Buto, which is double Mach 500 by this scale without the hollow mask. Well, was it Buto or Buto Renjin that was Mach 1000? Oh, yeah, you're right. Yeah, an attack that fires Buto at high speed. The strength and speed of Buto are doubled. So then, wait, is it? Hold up. The speed of Gin's Bankai has been doubled with Buto Renjin. No, yeah, I think it's Buto Renjin, not Buto then Renjin. So while holified, he should be a lot faster. Go on Google Images and look up Ryan versus Alan Wu. It has the most insane final panel I've seen in the battle training. I don't know if I want to. I'd stronger. I'd say yes. And Halibel has the edge. There's nothing outer about Sung Jin Woo. Spread the word. See y'all when I see y'all. Goodbye, chat. Hey, take it easy, Jackson. Thanks for stopping up. Thanks for stopping by, bro. Okay, cool. So that makes it easy then. Because like I said, Ulquiorra was blitzing Ichigo not only with his lanzas, but with his physical movement. Right? And not too much time has passed between Ichigo fighting Ulquiorra and now him fighting Aizen and Gin. Not too much time has passed. You can argue he got stronger, but it would be an unquantifiable amount. And definitely not enough to where I'd say, yeah, he beats Ulquiorra or now he's on Ulquiorra. I wouldn't say that, right? So, if it is the case that Ichigo is roughly the same as when he left his fight. Well, and actually there's credence to that because Aizen says you should be much stronger than this. Yeah. Aizen says you should be much stronger than this. So there is credence that Ichigo is about as strong as when he left his fight with Ulquiorra. He just has full spirit energy now. Ulquiorra going into Segunda Etapa. Well, yeah, because if each Resurreccion needs to be, if each Espada is about 5 times stronger than their numbered counterpart, Ulquiorra's first Resurreccion should put him on Halibel's level, debatably a little higher. Debatably, you can debate it. Because now we're getting into the final 3 numbers. So they're really, the final 4 numbers, they're really close in power. Well, actually, maybe it's just the final 3 numbers, actually. Yeah, no. I'd stick with the final 3 because Shinsuke couldn't tell which one of them was the strongest just by feeling their spirit energy. So, yeah. Never mind. Yeah, so Ulquiorra's transformation should put him on Halibel's base. And I know this is going to sound really weird for people that don't like Toshiro, but yes, Toshiro can fight with Ulquiorra. Suck it up. So then, when Halibel goes Resurreccion, she gets a 5 to 10 times amp. We'll say another 5. We'll say 5. So that's 5 for Ulquiorra with his Resurreccion. Actually, hold up. Actually, if it's another 5 times amp, he would actually be stronger than Halibel, wouldn't he? If it's another 5 times amp, he would be stronger than Halibel. So, Ulquiorra's Segunda Etapa might actually put him base Baragon level. I don't know. I'm going to have to do this off stream so I can actually write everything down and think about it. My fault. I'm back. What's going on? Hey, what's going on, Godflow? How you doing, bro? We're still yapping. We were just kind of going over how fast Buto Renjin was. If we're sticking to, well, we were looking at if Gin was lying about his Bankai, and it's actually faster than what he told Aizen and Ichigo, keeping the lie consistent, but it actually being faster, or if he told the truth and Aizen was hit with a Mach 500 attack. Again, not a bad thing, right? For the purposes of triple AP scaling, I'm fine with either one for the purposes of triple AP scaling. This is all good for Toshiro versus Kakashi, because Kakashi doesn't have speed feats, reaction feats on this level, so this is all good for Toshiro. The anime has already had a good bit of censorship, like Cosmo's veins and skin don't get stuck between Agito's teeth like in the manga. Ooh, so Ryan versus Alan Wu, 100% getting censored. That sucks. You definitely want to look up Ryan versus Alan Wu because it's 100% getting censored in the anime. It cannot get adapted as it is considering the censorship Kengan Ashura already has gotten. I gotcha. I don't mind reading Kengan Ashura. Definitely not. That's probably my favorite, quote unquote, fighting anime. Like the Bakis and stuff. Kengan Ashura is probably my favorite one. Alright, cool. So it's 5 now, guys. I think I'll be back on around 8 o'clock Why do these ads keep popping up? What is going on with my laptop, bro? So freaking strange. Yeah. So I'm gonna I'm gonna get something to eat. But before I do that, let's see how much chapters Boruto has. Is it time to start reading Burrito? Ba, 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 ba. Oh no, this Bleach. Wait, where's my Boruto? I thought I had a Boruto one up. It's Naruto. It's Naruto. It's Naruto. Boruto. That's Bleach. Where is my Boruto one? Okay, cool. Here we go. Cool, yeah. So yes, let's get 2 Blue Vortex pulled up, because that will be the next thing that we will read. These chapters are long as shit. Yeah, we'll get rid of this one. Alright, we're at 22 chapters. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. If I read 8. And my phone's about to die. They wouldn't censor that much. I hope not. Boruto is monthly. Reaching 50 chapters is going to take a bit. Where's Boruto the next germination? So I'll put up a community poll to see when we start reading Boruto. Because we can start as early as next week if you guys like. Because Karibo said it's weekly. I think he said it was weekly, right? Oh, you said it's monthly? Damn. It's monthly? That's crazy. All right. Ugh. If it's monthly, I might not start. 1 chapter a month? Yeah, that's too much. I might as well start reading Bleach over again. 1 chapter a month. I'll be finished Bleach by the time they get to 50 chapters. Or probably well before they get to 50 chapters. Boruto better get better scaling than Stone Pillar Crusher, Natural Fire, no diff. Kakashi isn't in Boruto for the most part. True, Kakashi is not in Boruto. We don't know what the hell he's doing with himself. Probably off reading Make Out Paradise and whatnot. But while we're here, we might as well look into some Toshiro stuff. If 400 is there, Winged Eagles, Eagle without wings, ignited the beast steel. So around 380. Oh yeah, let's fucking fly. Get the fuck out of here, bro. God damn. All right. Let's go 382. It's way too far back. So there's some Baragons dying. Baragon. Baragon, Baragon. Well. Cool, they're out. Ichigo versus him. Ulquiorra. Rage, ira. Okay. Hunt, Thibodeau. So they start fighting way before that, but it's okay. Aura Azul, Blue Wave Cannon. So, also one thing that I always bring up and mention, people like to attribute Toshiro beating Halibel, oh, because he uses ice, she uses water. Mind you guys, if Halibel could have beaten him with her Zanpakuto, she would have did it. If Halibel could have beaten Toshiro with her Setos, she would have did it. If Halibel could have beaten him with her cascadas or any other tool that she had at her disposal, she would have done it. Is this the strength of the captain? I can't believe you people beat Apache and the others. I'll end it here. Hunt, Thibodeau. Black Queen, Black Queen. A beauty, is she not? So that's her resurrection state. There's less physical change than I expected, but underestimation can be fatal. Mind you guys, look how far away she is. And she's able to cleave him in half. That's kind of crazy. That's a crazy attack range. Look how far away she is. Mind you, he hasn't moved. She's able to cleave him in half. An ice dragon is sent to the bottom of the sea by a single strike from a shark. Now, Toshiro's clone doesn't just go pop. It's bleeding profusely. It's bleeding so much that she thinks she's beaten him and that she has enough time to talk to Yamamoto. And she narrowly avoids having her face cut the fuck off. So mind you, the Espada or the Arrancar in general make it very clear when it's necessary for them to draw their swords. If they're drawing their swords, it means the other person can actually wound them with their sword. Let's go back. When Eterard versus Ikaku happened, Eterard wasn't going to draw his sword until Ikaku posed a threat, being able to cut him. Posed as a threat, being able to cut him. Ulquiorra wasn't going to draw his sword until, let's go back actually. Grimmjow didn't draw his sword because Ichigo literally wasn't able to cut him with his blade. Ulquiorra did not deem Ichigo a worthy enough threat to draw his sword. I can't really use Noitora because Noitora doesn't give a damn. He'll draw his sword on anybody and cut them down. But yeah, it's very consistent. Espada don't dodge attacks they don't have to. They'll just block them with their hands or tank the attack. They don't draw their sword unless they have to. So Toshiro is clearly and obviously a threat to her, hence why she dodges. And we see Toshiro is able to react to her in her resurrection state. Very good for Toshiro. I don't understand. I don't understand. I didn't think the speed and range of your attack would increase so quickly after the release. I'm glad I was cautious. And then we see his ice clone crumbling away. I knew I could only use a trick like that once. I actually didn't want to use it until I had to. So here's the thing. Again, this isn't something he can't use multiple times. He can use this ice trick whenever he wants to. But based on her as his opponent using water probably, and based on how skilled she is as a fighter, it probably won't work multiple times. Just like how Kakashi's clones and all that other stuff won't work multiple times. Well, also, it's just an expenditure of chakra for him. I can't wait for Bleach 10-year anniversary for Brave Souls. Tomorrow we get a live for mid-month banners. That's dope. Show trip. They don't know about slow jams. Bruh, CSM 225 was so short. What's with the past few chapters being like half the normal length? CSM 225. Damn, Halibel so fine. Just not as done as Yoruichi. That's debatable, bro. Hold up. I don't know, man. I don't know. Halibel like kind of bad though, man. I don't know. Yoruichi, man, oh man. Yeah. Hey man, they both got it. We'll just stay there. Ronan says, I disagree. Wait, since Halibel's power is water, does that mean she always wet? Ooh, that was nasty. That was fire. I'm sorry, that's dreadful. Not as disastrous as Water Tribe Kuchi. Y'all got some dirty minds, man. Y'all got some dirty ass minds. He said Water Tribe Coochie always being wet. Let's be real. Even if that slash landed, Halibel would have been unharmed. That was clearly just a reflexive dodge, because that's just what you do when a blade comes at you. No, sir. No. We're not doing that. I just went down the whole consistency train of Espada not blocking attacks they don't need to block. Like even Noitora with his can't be cut thing, he only dodges Kenpachi's sword when he thinks or knows it can hurt him. And then it gets to a point where Kenpachi's sword can just hurt him. Don't underestimate our power. And then we got Batagon. We got the GOAT Batagon. Look at this. Batagon is using the air pressure from his swing. Look at this, guys. He's not that close to any buildings to where he can cleave them in half. He uses the air pressure of his swing to cut down a whole building with air pressure. Show me these feats in One Piece. Show me these feats in Naruto. They don't exist. But we get his time dilation thing. Oh, I can't wait. I can't wait to do the weekly readings for Bleach to where I can actually talk about the fucking scaling. It's going to be so much fucking fun. I can't wait. It's going to be so fucking fun. But alright. Mind you, Batagon just threw her into a building. The next thing Soifone sees is Batagon placing his hand on... I'm not even going to go over it now. We'll go over it later. We're here for Toshiro. It's fine. Hold up. Beautiful speed blitz. Excellent speed blitz. When did he... And he doesn't just do this once. He does this twice to her. Oh no, he only does do it once. Okay, in the anime he does it twice, but he already transformed, so he only does it once. That's okay. Alright. So she has a Cascada coming at Toshiro. He's able to connect with it and turn the water to ice. The ice gets to Halibel. She breaks off the ice and gets away. Don't take me so lightly. I'm sure you've realized this by now, but my Zanpakuto is a cryo type. All water is a weapon for me. All water is a weapon for him. Not spiritual water. Not just chakra water. Not magical water. Not just regular water. All water is a weapon for him. Even if the water you're using is... Even if the water you're using as a weapon. You'll never reach me by just controlling water. I can whenever I want. I'll show you if you want to see it. Come on. Do you really think I would fall for that and let you get within striking distance? That's what I want. That's what I meant when I told you not to take me lightly. You're the one who's taking me lightly. Hirviendo, boiling ocean stream. And she turns his ice into water. If my water can become your weapon, you should immediately realize that the reverse might also be true. That is a cardinal rule of battle. Cascada. Severing waterfall. So here's the thing too also. Her Cascada, which is spiritual energy, would scale higher than her Setos. Her Cascadas would scale higher than her Setos. Simply based on the fact that she is a water type fighter, number one, and the fact that she more heavily relies on her Cascadas. Like, you wouldn't not use the stronger attack that you have at your disposal. This is a crazy amount of water, by the way, too. This is a crazy amount of water. She can literally just flood the battlefield whenever she wants. But Toshiro is able to block it with an ice dome. If you can use an enemy's weapon against him, the opposite is also true. I'm well aware of that. I don't need any tired lectures from you. Gunsho Surada. So we see the extreme relativity here, right? The technique may be different, but the result will be the same. Hirviendo. So she turns them back into water. But Toshiro's not stupid. He comes behind her and turns them back into ice, which she promptly breaks out of. Now, this is important. This is important. Let's say Toshiro does do an ice attack at Kakashi. And let's just give Kakashi being able to manipulate Toshiro's ice for whatever reason and turn it into water. And then Toshiro blitzes behind Kakashi and does this same thing here. Assuming this is not a clone or a substitution, the fight ends for Kakashi right here. It ends at this very moment. The minute he's caught in ice, it ends for him. Oh, I gotta charge my phone. I like my whiskey, my coffee black, and my bedroom tea. You're too sweet for me, yeah. You're too sweet for me. Alright, where we at? Ab-Stract, we're watching a half-naked talk chocolate woman with tea with taking the whole Biggie's fight with a shark tooth, even dirty. Ah! To the old Biggies. Oh my god, yo, y'all kill me, man. I can't, man. Y'all kill me. Alright, that was funny as shit. Actually, Kubo revealed that his Spada Arankar masks aren't actually attached to their skin. It slightly hovers above. I hate Yami so much. Gerard felt like an apology for Yami from Kubo from Core 4 gonna make it actually satisfying. Kind of. I can agree with that. Or I get the sentiment. This was brought up when someone asked if a Spada take baths. Does the part under the mask stay forever dirty? Yeah, that's I don't even want to think about that. Yeah, but Halibel does Halibel's does down and wraps around her neck. Doesn't seem as Grimjow's floating jar around Leo's helmet. She can take off the mask when he transforms, though. Dog, do you think one of us, a normal human, surviving being close enough to the Terkuras release state to make out? I don't know what's being said. Also, Urahara is probably dying to create a Gigai for her. It's also worth mentioning the water she spawns stays after being spawned, so as the battle progresses, she needs to use less and less reiatsu to use Cascada. If she's down, she can nerf herself. That's a good point too. Yeah, the more waters that she creates does actually stay on the battlefield. Oh, hold up. Hiya. But I'll teach you something in return for your lecture. Save your best tactics for the moment of greatest crisis. That's another cardinal rule of battle. So yeah, she takes no damage from being frozen from this level of ice. And this is where we get into like things like potency and stuff like that, right? Because I already have it in the script. We go over everyone that Toshiro was able to freeze and to what degree he's able to freeze them. This is the importance between having an ability and determining how potent it is against other people. Some people Toshiro freezes, shatters into complete nothingness. That's their potency. Her potency is such that when she is frozen, no such thing happens because she's much stronger. Now, I don't know if you guys saw, but Karibo was actually talking about Karibo was referencing something in one of Kakashi's light novels where he happens to be fighting some ice ninja. I skimmed through it just to confirm that it does happen. It does happen. The issue, though, is that if Kakashi is frozen, he has to regulate all of his chakra to keeping his body warm. Very interesting. Now, aside from the fact that this is a novel feat, this wouldn't bode well for him in a fight with Toshiro, who only spams large-scale ice attacks that can trap people of Halibel's level. And yes, I can say Halibel's level, and that actually means something, because there is actually a threshold to be in a Espada. There's a threshold to become in a Espada. And so, the beautiful thing about reiatsu is when we have feats of weaker people with less reiatsu, we can attribute those feats to stronger people with more reiatsu, because reiatsu does actually dictate how fast you move, how fast you perceive things, how strong you are. So, when Ikkaku tanked Eterard's attack, that I got around large building level joules per centimeter cubed, and I think town level total energy, that goes straight to Toshiro and anyone stronger, because reiatsu does equal stats. What I'm trying to do with this whole Ichigo thing, with Ulquiorra and all this other stuff, anything that a weaker character can survive / accomplish, if it's within the person's ability, meaning like they have the actual ability to do so, someone stronger should be able to do the same thing or take the same thing, right? Like, we wouldn't say just because we haven't seen Toshiro take Eterard's attack that he wouldn't be able to take Eterard's attack. We wouldn't say that. So yeah, King of the Clouds. Kubo, you gotta stop. She a baddie, man. She a baddie. I don't care. She a baddie. She a baddie. All right. Lagota battle drop. So yeah, like even reading this again, I never understood why people said Toshiro was on the back foot during this fight. I never understood why people said Toshiro was only keeping up because he could control ice. He's clearly fast enough to dodge all her attacks. He's clearly fast enough to keep up with her in pretty much every respect, in every regard. He does note how powerful she is. He does note her range. That's fine. And here she uses a Seto, right? But it really doesn't do anything. It doesn't do anything to him. Wait, did he take damage? No, yeah. It doesn't do anything to him. Cuts off a piece of his wing. I don't know what the fuck's going on with that. Okay, that was weird. You fight so strangely, but I don't blame you. You're probably waiting for the same thing I am, aren't you? The chance to deliver your final blow. For the battlefield to fill up with moisture. So yeah. Even this conversation is one indicative of two people who are extremely relative, needing to end a fight in a single blow. It wouldn't bode well for Kakashi if Rukia was the one to freeze him. If either one of them were the one to freeze him, it would not bode well. Here's something to ponder. Do you think the Hyoten Hyakuso Dusty Baller used against Halibel is something he can just do, or did shattering her water into the air enable it? No. Hyoten Hyakuso is something he can just do whenever he wants. He just preferred not to use it while he was in a weakened state. Actually, he was going to use Hyoten Hyakuso against Gin, which is why he told Izuru to get 10 square miles away. Toshiro has been shown to struggle against fire and heat-based abilities. Fire and heat-based abilities from people that scale to him, sure, not regular fire and heat-based abilities. This wouldn't mean Kakashi's fire would do anything to Toshiro's ice. Toshiro's ice, for example, Sasuke's fire that couldn't even melt Haku's basic ice. Oh my god. Yeah. Sasuke's fireball, sorry, brain fart. Sasuke's fireball that couldn't even melt Haku's basic ice. And mind you, let me not even downplay Haku's ice. We won't call it basic because it was ice created with ninjutsu after all. So we won't call it basic. Fine, sure. But yeah, you know what we're missing actually? It's too bad Haku didn't have any feats of actually freezing anybody. That would have helped too. But yeah, saying Toshiro struggles against fire and heat attacks, I wouldn't do that because Baz B is about as strong as Renji. Baz B, at least full power Baz B, is about as strong as Renji after Royal Palace training. Renji after Royal Palace training should be stronger than regular Bankai Toshiro. Should be. That's what I believe. Adult Toshiro would not struggle with no fucking Baz B. Adult Toshiro would put belt to ass to Baz B. It would not be close. Alright, you're probably waiting for the same thing I am for this battlefield to fill with moisture. And then Kakashi's also going to have to deal with the fact that his Bankai can just regrow itself even if he were to injure his wings or whatever. There's no use for us both waiting. I've never tried this in a Bankai state, but I'll give it a go. What are you talking about? So yeah, and this answers your question right here, Mugetsu. To tell you the truth, it's not really necessary for me to wait for water. My Hirimaru is the ultimate cryo type. All water is my weapon. Let me say it again. For anyone that thinks, oh, he can only control spirit energy water. Oh, he can only control this water. All water is my weapon. So if you're doing a water style jutsu, Toshiro owns you. If you're doing a water magical attack, Toshiro is your father. He controls all water. All water is his weapon. So he immediately darkens the sky. The entire sky is always under my control. Hyoten Hyakuso, Frozen Heaven's 100-flower funeral. Ugh, such a beautiful name. Mind you, Toshiro hasn't taken any damage yet. He's been fighting the third Espada for a pretty long time now. Neither one of them have taken significant damage. Because, why? They're extremely fucking relative. Oh, one thing I wanted to say to you guys too, real quick. One thing I wanted to say to you guys. Toshiro's Bankai versus his Shikai and versus his regular state. How do I want to put this? When Toshiro goes Bankai, he gets more of a boost. How do I want to say this? I'll break it down in the video, actually. I'll break it down in the video, but I'll say it like this. Toshiro's Shikai can't freeze Yami, base Yami, Espada number 10 Yami. So technically weakest Espada at the time, even though 10 isn't really an Espada number. We'll give it to Yami, right? Toshiro in Shikai cannot freeze basic Yami, right? Yami is the 10th. With a little bit of prep and Bankai, he's able to completely freeze Lupi. That is significant. That is important. with only a little bit of prep in Bankai, he's able to freeze Yuppie. So much so that Yuppie can't escape. He has to get rescued by the Negacion. This tells us that the potency or the level of power that Toshiro gets from Shikai to Bankai, he might actually be getting the full 10 times from his Bankai. He might actually be getting it because he's able to compete with and fight people in his Bankai that can completely no-sell his Shikai. Like, for example, if he were to fight Ulquiorra in Shikai, he would absolutely lose. But if Ulquiorra were to fight him in Bankai, well, I mean, he's obviously fighting the third Espada, right? So no need to even say that. I'll say it like this. Stark would completely shit on him in Shikai. The minute Toshiro goes Bankai, he would actually be able to compete with someone like Stark. At least that's my opinion. That's how I feel about it. He gets a greater boost from his Bankai than he does his Shikai. And like the boost he gets from his Bankai is so crazy, it allows him to do things like imprison the third Espada. Whereas he can't even trap Yami in basic ice. He can't even he can't keep Yami trapped. Like, it's actually crazy how much more powerful he gets in Bankai, or how much more potent his ice is in Bankai. All right. I've never tried this in the Bankai state, but I'll give it a go. What are you talking about? Oh yeah, I already read this. Yeah. All right. What the hell what's happening? Tensou Jordan, weather subjugation. One of Hiyamaru's basic abilities, which also happens to be its greatest ability. My powers are still hindered, or my powers are still unrefined. I know that better than anyone. That's why I didn't want to use this ability in its Bankai state. Now, mind you, this is what I'm talking about before. This is the flashback from Kira and Ichimaru versus Toshiro. Or, Izuru and Gin confronting Toshiro. Toshiro confronting them. He says, that's why I didn't want to use this ability in a Bankai state. And then we get a flashback of him saying, can't see us anymore, keep going, telling Izuru that he's about to use Hyoten Hyakuso. That's what this is talking about. I can't guarantee that I won't end up killing you. I wasn't sure I could handle it properly. But now that half the ice flowers behind me have fallen, it looks like my concerns were unfounded. I will ask your name, Espada. Espada Tres Tir Halibel. I'm Toshiro Hitsugaya, captain of the 10th Company. Are you ready? Hyoten Hyakuso. Mind you, neither one of these individuals have taken damage this entire fight. Neither one of these individuals has taken damage this entire fight. I'm going to keep saying it. Why? Because they're extremely relative. There is no Toshiro is outclassed by Halibel. There is no he's only keeping up because he uses ice and she uses water. That's not what it is. The reason why he doesn't have a scratch on his face, the reason why she's completely unharmed, is because despite their abilities being similar, in every other regard, they are relative. She is as fast as him, so to speak. His attacks can hurt him. Her attacks can hurt her. His attacks can hurt him. His attacks can hurt her. Her attacks can hurt him. The only thing that was necessarily a big difference between them was their range of attacks. She could attack from a much further range than he could. So yeah. Also, this ability is going to be a problem for Kakashi. Because if he does decide to use this ability at the start of his Bankai, what the fuck is Kakashi going to do? Is he going to run from snow? So yeah. Here she tries to start to turn into water. What the? Now, mind you, this is snow falling. If you've ever seen snow falling, you can't really do shit once snow starts falling. You can't run from the snow once it starts falling. You can't stop the snow once it starts falling. It's pretty much like rain. What is this? Shioten Yakuso. Anything that snow touches instantly freezes into the shape of a flower. By the time 100 flowers have blossomed, your life will have disappeared. Beautiful. Sorry, I couldn't let you avenge your subordinate's deaths. Beautiful. Perfect. Well, what's that? Ice? Is that Captain Hitsugai's attack? Respira. So yeah. Here's the thing too, guys, honestly. I don't know if I'll have to go past a Rankar arc Toshiro versus Kakashi. Like I'm saying, I might be able to use War arc Kakashi versus this Toshiro, and Toshiro still stomps, honestly. I legitimately cannot think of a thing that Kakashi could do to beat this kid. And I say kid lightly. He's obviously a captain. If Toshiro and Bei were roughly equal, how come with help he was still struggling? If Toshiro and... Well, who'd he get help from? What do you mean, who'd he get help from? Kid Sasuke vaporized stone. Haku's ice is different. Well, actually, we don't know what Kid Sasuke did to that stone because we actually didn't get to see the process in which it was destroyed. All we saw was the aftermarks of it. Basby ran from Toshiro after he got his Bankai back. He did, bro. I've always said that. Basby wanted no smoke with Toshiro after he got his Bankai back and washed Songdu. Wanted no smoke with him. What help? I hope you don't mean Lisa. She's not really like that. Oh, do you mean after he's not at full power anymore fighting with Lisa Hiyori? Yeah, fighting with Lisa and Hiyori. Do you mean that? I'd like to remind you, Kakashi has never shown the ability to use water style without a water source. Yeah, no, facts. Well, no. He used. We saw it. He used water style versus Kakuzu. He used water style versus Kakuzu. He did. He spit it from his mouth. There's no physical difference between Toshiro's Shikai. There's no physical difference between Toshiro's Shikai and Bankai. What do you mean by there's no physical difference? Do you mean it doesn't get more powerful? Or do you mean like, well, yeah, what do you mean? Because he has wings and a tail. That's a physical difference. What do you mean? Honestly, I always hated that statement from the Anbu and Orochimaru versus he's using water style with no water source. This is truly a Kage level battle. I guess the random shinobi from the war arc are Kage level because they used water style without a water source. Totally not Kishimoto being a bad writer and forgetting his established lore. He's using that level of water style with no water source. Meant wasn't it. So the lower rank water jutsu wouldn't be subject to that statement. Even in early lore is Tobirama summoning tsunamis in the desert. You don't need to go past Wako Mundo arc to Shido. Anything else is extremely overkill. Yeah, no, you might be right. You might be right. Because the more I think about it, like I said before, Kakashi doesn't get any stronger, faster, or anything else. Like all he gets is more stamina, which is really just more energy to use his Kamui. But if you're a fighter that can counter every attack he has, and you're fast enough to blitz the Kamui, there's no reason you should be losing to Kakashi. Because as we've proved and seen, Toshiro can freeze all the 4 elements, including energy itself. Which technically means no physical jutsu or no energy-based jutsu would actually work on Toshiro if he can freeze it. This would include chakra bombs. This would include tailed beast bombs. He literally could just freeze them over. Yeah, giving Gerard's total volume and size and height and all that shit, he should be able to freeze a Biju bomb, which is just energy, no problem. I like my whiskey, my coffee black, and my You're too sweet for me. Yeah, you're too sweet for me. Like the sword itself has no changes. Normally, okay. Normally when Shikai or Bankai is activated, there's a clear change in shape, etc. Yeah, well, I think that's primarily because Toshiro kind of wears his Bankai, much like Ichigo and much like Jackie's Fullbring boots. It's a worn ability. So like, well, no, it's not even wears. He kind of melds with his Bankai. So yeah, you can call it wearing it, but he kind of melds with it. Like, he gets ice wings, he gets an ice tail, ice on his feet, ice on his hands. Yeah. Yeah, this is like a melding. But alright, y'all. It's almost 6 o'clock. So I'm going to get off now. I might get back on around 8. It really depends, though. We'll see. Might get back on around 8, though. And watch some videos. I like my whiskey free, my coffee black, and my... Don't forget, Kakashi can open 2 of the 8 gates. So he has 1 free heal to continue getting dunked on by Dusty Baller a bit longer. That's hilarious. Wait, remember when Kakashi was training Sasuke? I do remember when he was training Sasuke. What about it? He needed to open the first gate to climb the mountain. Toshiro can fly. Toshiro can fly. Yeah, see, that's going to be a big problem too. But I'm going to make the fight to where Toshiro doesn't just stay on the ground the whole time and spam ice attacks. I'm gonna have Kakashi engage with him and just give a valid counter for everything that Kakashi has in his arsenal. But alright, y'all, I'm gonna get out of here. I gotta go get some food and whatnot. You Dusty Ballers, take it easy. Enjoy the rest of y'all Saturday, man. I'll see y'all.